All right. Hello, everyone. My name here is Binslev. I'll be doing Far Cry 6 any percent today. We're going to be playing the full story any percent, so that's the entire game. It's just a bit over 4 hours. We're going to be doing New Game Plus as well, so we'll have all the equipment from the beginning. So yeah, and I'm here with my buddy Chief Supreme, who'll also be commentating with me.
Hello, hello. This is Chief Supreme. I'm also a Far Cry speedrunner as well. And I originally had the Far Cry 6 any percent full story record, and then Binslev came along and beat me by about an hour. So he's pretty amazing, and he's going to be showing off his skills now. So I'd like to think this is somewhat a combined effort, but yeah, Binslev took this way beyond where I took it. So you're in for a treat today.
Yeah. Let's get into it. Yeah, so I'll start I'll load in here, and as soon as we get control, the timer will start. So I'll count down from 5. All right, and 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Stay close, Lita. We have to get to the boat. Okay then.
So yeah, first of all, here we're doing a bit of a barrel trick here to get over this little ledge that saves a few seconds. There's another trick with that stepladder over there to get over that ledge, to get past these guys. Because if you don't get over the ledge, you have to walk behind these guys. So, but I'm not going to be doing that because it's super inconsistent. So, just taking it nice and slow here.
So the trick that he talked about was, I'd say, more useful for the short ending. When this game was first released, you were able to jump over those rails. So there was no need for a trick like that. But us speedrunners, we don't like things being taken away from us. So Binslev went on a journey to find this barrel trick and perfected it. So it was pretty amazing to watch. But you can manipulate a ladder and then push a barrel into it and have it flip up, and then you jump over the rail. Saves about 10 seconds.
Pretty much, yeah. It turns the game into a bit of a reset simulator, though, because it is, even when you're good at it. Oh, I messed that up a little bit. Even when you're good at it, you're gonna have a bunch of failed attempts. So, but yeah, it can save, I think, upwards of 18-20 seconds if you're like super quick with it.
This is so fun.
So yeah, now we have the ability to run, which is very nice. You're gonna see me sliding like this. I'm basically doing a slide and then I'm slide canceling really quickly to stand up, and this technique is actually 15% faster than just running and tapping shift constantly, which would otherwise be the fastest movement technique. It's because this is New Game Plus, I'm gonna be getting some gear in about 10 minutes time that's much faster than this, so then I'll be running normally again. But as long as I don't have any gear that upgrades my speed, this is the fastest way of moving around. And I think this was actually found by Chief and Wonder Almond back in the day.
Yeah, Wonder Almond actually found that you could slide at the very top of the ladder to skip part of the animation where you're finishing, stepping off the ladder. Which also created the super frustrating, impatient mistake that could be made where you slide too early and jump off the ladder. But yeah, he was getting like 10-second better intros than us, and that was why.
For sure, yeah, it's been a joint effort at the start to find all these tricks. We're far from done with all the glitches, and well, there's not that many glitches. There's a couple. But most of these are just, optimized. I guess this is an exploit in a way. It's not really the intended way of playing it, but it's also not a glitch per se, because it's, it's a mechanic that's supposed to be there. So yeah, this game normally has skippable cutscenes in throughout most of the game, but there's 2 cutscenes, arguably 3, but there's 2 cutscenes that are not skippable, and they're right in the beginning here. This one here, where we've washed up on the beach because Anton blew up our boat, and the previous cutscene that we skipped.
So the woman who's dying on the beach right now, Lita, is also the voice actor of Scylla from Far Cry Primal, Mickey, everyone's favorite Far Cry villains, the twins,
It's all here.
Mickey, one of the twins from Far Cry New Dawn.
Like when we were kids.
She's also in Far Cry 5. She's basically a staple within the Far Cry series of multiple different characters, but
Clara will help you.
she was in the Far Cry 5 Discord once, and we all got to talk to her. We're all kind of starstruck.
You're the lucky
It's pretty
one,
cool.
Danny. You're the lucky one.
Sure, yeah.
So the cutscenes he was talking about, when the game first came out,
Lo siento.
we were all pretty excited to run the short ending because it's about a 35 minute run. But in typical Ubisoft fashion, they patched the game to have an unskippable cutscene, which is one of the highest sins you could possibly commit. But I added about 4 minutes to the run. But yeah, most of them are skippable, so it's not too bad.
Yeah, it was super silly. Like we for the first month or so, we could play the game just fine and skip all the cutscenes, and then patch 1.2 was released, and it completely they introduced a list of things that just made the speedrun more tedious or longer. So yeah, one of them, like we've mentioned already, is this cutscene with coming up here, which is about 3 minutes 50 seconds long. We could talk about that during the cutscene though.
Are you gonna kill the pig?
Pick up area. No, I'm not gonna kill the pig because this is New Game Plus.
Oh, okay.
The pig, we normally kill the pig in full game, in the regular full story run, because we needed to get some resources that are useful for the speed run. The pig we can trade the pig skin for some crafting materials to make EMP arrows, and EMP arrows for the bow are really useful because they can immobilize tanks and helicopters and stuff like that. But anyways, yeah, just to return, now we have 4 minutes of nothing, so we have plenty of time to talk now. This cutscene right here used to be skippable, but patch 1.2 was released. Now it's no longer skippable.
Yeah, but then Bob wanted a promotion at Ubisoft. Yeah, Bob is the guy that makes the unskippable cutscenes.
You're here. That's what matters. Just a second, hermana.
He's real close friends with the cinematic director,
But you're in my
so he ensures that you get to see, because how else would we know what's going on
Libertas no charity, hermana. Lita
if we don't watch the cutscenes?
Lita also said you weren't a pussy.
Yeah, that's true. This is an. I mean, it's an important one, I guess. But yeah, and this wasn't the only thing they did to ruin the speedrun. I don't know if you remember, Chief, but I'm pretty sure it was also patch 1.2 where they made it not possible to fast travel during radio calls.
Oh, and how about the we used to be able to have a
Funny how friends can be closer.
the no recoil glitch
Remember,
Yeah,
or
yeah,
exploit.
Castillo.
that was a bona fide glitch, and I understand that they didn't they patched that one, but not being able, like, the fast travel during radio calls, you used to be able to just fast travel at any time basically, but in patch 1.2 you could no longer do it during radio calls, and this game has radio calls playing constantly, so we had to find Wonder Woman found a really cool workaround for the radio calls that you'll see once we get into it.
Well, it's important that the fast travel function is both inconvenient and not fast. So makes sense.
300,000.
For sure, yeah.
I count 6 burnt out getting.
And that was also the patch they removed the vaulting in the intro that she was talking about, and they also made the cutscenes a little bit longer to skip. So all in all, that was probably the worst patch for the speedrunning of this game. Period. They haven't changed. We're now on patch 1.7. They just released a new patch a month ago, actually, and they haven't changed anything really for the speedruns since then. So it's been stable.
Yeah.
For now.
What about the grapple glitch?
Yeah, that's true. That was in patch. They patched that in 1.5, I believe. So we used to be able to grapple. That's like, you saw me grapple earlier up to a big ledge. If you grapple to the top of a ledge and hold shift and crouch at the same time, I believe, the game will just launch you into the air. And if the grapple was high enough, you would just launch you to the skybox and get you stuck up there. You would just gain an insane amount of altitude, and then you could wingsuit at the top of it and fly anywhere you wanted. Really, it had some utility for the speedrun.
Well, we like to stroke our ego a little bit, and imagine that the devs saw our speedruns and was like, "Oh yeah, no, this not intended. We need to
Someone
fix
who can
that.
make one guerrilla fight like
So
others.
Yeah.
we'd like to think that we're to blame for the patches that ruin the speedrun, but probably not.
Yeah, some of the glitches are pretty common probably, but others might have been provoked through the speedruns. Who
I'll
knows?
give you food.
There's still some glitches that are
Even
still in the
if I
game.
both
There's like
sail to the Yankees, but it's gonna cost you
there's a glitch where you can farm money
You can
in
shoot,
by
so shoot.
by using bandito operations. I can explain those once we get to the camps. But anyways, now we're back into the game. 4 minutes are over. So first and foremost, I'm just gonna equip the parkour kit because that sound you just heard, that's me getting all of the equipment from my previous save. Oops, there we go. And my previous save has all of the equipment, all of the upgrades that I could possibly want because I did a 100% speedrun of this not too long ago. So I have all of the gear needed for the speedrun. So right now I'm wearing the parkour kit and there's like 5 slots you can put clothes in. And the parkour kit in total is the fastest way of moving around, period. When you have it, when you have the parkour kit on, you're moving around 35% quicker than you would with like sliding around constantly, which is really quick. So it's over 50% quicker. It's about 50% quicker than just like running normally. So massive boost in speed. So here I'm just gonna try to hit some headshots here real quick. There you go. So if you can do this mission stealth without them detecting you, that stops a second wave of coming. And I did it successfully, luckily. And now I'm gonna reload checkpoint to teleport Juan down to this fireplace where I'm standing at. I'm also now a lot of things going on. I'm gonna hold E here, and we're gonna kill him right away. Holding E revives him instantly. And the reason I killed him wasn't just for fun. It was to skip his dialogue and get him moving quicker.
Okay, so this next portion, Juan is taking him to an area with some enemies that are guarding some stolen, I assume they're stolen materials. But one of these materials that he has to loot requires you to hold the interact button for about 8 seconds in order to loot it. But he can start holding the interact button now to charge it. So he's pre-charging it. So once he touches it, he'll loot it instantly. So he just did that.
Yeah, and if I'm also just looting 3 other items here, and now the final one is up here, and now I'm gonna reload checkpoint. So once again, this is what time is to teleport me down to Juan. He's down by the road, and I'm quickly gonna turn around and shoot him. Actually,
so Juan can take
beautiful
about 2 different paths. This one through the grass is not intended, so it looks simple, but that was actually pretty difficult to find a setup that would work. He has to shoot him at the right time, be standing in the right place. Otherwise, Juan walks all the way down to the path and takes, what do you say, around an extra 10 or 12 seconds maybe?
Yeah, I think it's less, but it's more like 8 seconds. But it's definitely, it's hard to calculate exactly, but it's definitely faster to get him to walk through the grass like that.
So
yeah,
a small but pretty interesting trick that shows how you can manipulate their pathing a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. And another thing we're doing here, it doesn't look like it, but I am. There's actually a trick to this walk here, even though we're just walking with him back to base. If you're too far away from Juan, about 6 to 7 meters, he'll actually start walking slower. And it's not that noticeable, but he's like 20% slower. And if you're too far away from him for this entire walk, he'll actually be about 20 seconds slower for the entirety of it. We timed that a while ago. So you have to be within 5 meters of these guys when you're following them to be as fast as possible.
Yeah, not sure I'm there yet.
You got time.
You said your
So right now
chopper
Juan
was
is
shut
just
down in Domination.
talking about how he's gonna teach me to build things with the workbench. I won't really be using the workbench more than twice, but I'm gonna craft a whole bunch of things in a moment, and I'll explain everything after I've crafted it, because it's gonna go pretty quick. So
You just
I say
did.
craft, but I already have the items and the upgrades and everything, so I'm really just equipping a bunch of things.
Okay.
But yeah, you'll see. Juan has a bunch of rules. Rule 11. We're gonna skip another cutscene. Now we have a tutorial that teaches us how to use the workbench. So I'm just gonna spam my way through this, because I'm not gonna be using any of these guns. These are beginner level guns.
Let's say nice. Now you got your own supply of high velocity work
We're
rifles.
crafting soft target bullets, armor piercing rounds, and we're also crafting a suppressor with what looks like a turpentine bottle or something.
A friend with benefits.
There you go. So we're not going to be using any of that really.
Go ahead, Danny.
Damn.
Push him along a little bit.
Making shit as
So,
addictive.
With that workbench, you can build a new Yara.
he's actually pushing Juan towards the place he's going to go to next, which, I mean, it saves a second or two, but it's just cool that you can manipulate him like that. Because you'll have to talk to Juan again, right? And then if you're able to talk to him on that side, it's a little bit faster to get to where you're going next. And this is also the first Far Cry with rideable horses. So that's going to be the fastest way to get around right now, because there's going to be a horse that spawns right outside the camp. And it used to be what we thought was like an RNG. Actually, wait, is this one still RNG?
No, this one always spawns outside the camp for this mission, but the next ones are a little bit. They spawn like normal vehicles, so to speak, in the way that they're not.
Shit. I haven't
Well,
been
that's
on
not true,
since
but
basic
they
training.
don't always spawn out. That they're like randomly generated outside the camp. But there's a way to manipulate them to always be there.
Yeah, we found if you can run in the camp a little bit more, or wait a second and then turn around. It has something to do with where you're looking.
Yeah, we'll show that once we get there. So yeah, just to quickly go over all the equipment I just equipped. I equipped an SSGP-58 rifle, which is a fully automatic rifle. I put an extended mag, suppressor, red dot scope, and a mod that allows me to reload quicker. And that one is very useful for... I mostly use it for anti-vehicle fighting, so shooting down helicopters and destroying trucks and stuff. And I also have an MS-16L equipped, which is very good at medium range combat, close to medium range combat. It's semi-automatic, and it's very good at hitting headshots. So that also has a suppressor, red dot, extended mag, and so on. In the third weapon slot, I have 3 primary weapon slots and then a sidearm. That's 4 total. Third slot, I have a bow, which I will mainly be using for EMP arrows. In fact, I'll exclusively be using it for EMP arrows, which are useful for immobilizing tanks and helicopters. And finally,
My name is Raisa. You're
finally, I have the sidearm as well, which is this auto pistol here, which has a couple of utilities. It's very good with soft target bullets. For close quarters combat, just shredding through enemies, and it's also very good for having fire bullet. There's a couple of missions where you need to light fields of fire, where this is a very good way of doing it with just spamming fire bullets.
found out the only kind of soldier Castillo wants is a blind fascist addicted to his every word.
So now you're.
And I'm just putting armor piercing bullets in
And I'm
this
not the only
thing,
one.
and
There's a guard posted at the watchtower ahead. He's going to let us use it to scout out the fort. He can also give us useful info.
here we're gonna kill this guard up here.
One,
As soon as she stops moving, we're gonna shoot him, so to make her stop her dialogue, and then
two, a little bribe.
there we go. Make her run ahead. Also earlier you saw me. Yeah, this is Resolver at its finest right here. You're exactly right, Karudo.
What the fuck, Danny?
You saw me kill her earlier, and I'll be doing that a couple of times with NPCs, mostly to skip their dialogue and just speed things up, obviously. We're gonna be doing the same thing up here again. We're gonna kill her so that the objective proceeds quicker.
Yeah, so what it's doing really is just it's skipping the dialogue. Okay, so skipping the need to wait for her dialogue to finish.
There's an officer in charge.
So we kind of discovered that this was really beneficial. I don't know if you ever had this glitch, Binslev, but I had the glitch where the audio files got messed up, and all the dialogue was skipped immediately. So
I don't think I've ever had that glitch, no, but yeah, that is yeah, the mission proceeds when she stops talking, and when she's dead, she doesn't have any dialogue. Anyways, here we just had to go down, grab this uranium. I just did, oops. And right after, I'll reload checkpoint to unaggro all the enemies so that I can fast travel, and also to skip the radio call that Juan was currently giving me. So yeah, that means I can basically, to explain this reload shenanigans. You can't fast travel during radio calls, but you can reset a radio call by reloading checkpoint. And if you do that, you have about a second right after loading in where you are allowed to fast travel because the radio call hasn't started yet. So we'll be doing that a lot in this on this clip.
Now go talk to Clara. Time to give that Supremo a workout.
Just I clicked on the wrong Supremo here. I wanted this one and then the dynamite. There we go. Beautiful.
You better be willing to die for our cause.
There we go. So yeah, the Supremo is just a big backpack we have on our back, and there's a whole bunch of different ones, but the most useful one for the speedrun is the one you start with, which is the one that fires rockets out of the back. Alright, accepting the next mission here, and right here, or okay, there's horses this time, that's good. They're not always here, but if you like stand at the entrance of the camp for a little while, they generally spawn. It's a bit weird, you can like run into the camp and out again, and that'll generally make them spawn, like they should.
now, what are you looking at to know if that horse spawned? Is it visible on your mini-map, or was it just you're able to see?
I just looked at it. You can the entrance to the camp, when you're in the entrance to the camp, you can actually turn around and look at the horses spawning.
What?
So it's about like you have to be kind of inside the camp, or not really, but you can't be too close to the horses, then they won't spawn. You can be a little bit outside the camp, but not too far.
Okay, so coming up here is the trick that Binslev found that made me not want to compete with him anymore on this speedrun. Which is where he ever so perfectly nudges along Julio with the horse. I don't know if you're going to do it now, but...
Oh yeah, well, it's pretty straightforward.
So for me, I was having a lot of trouble with this, where I would run into him too hard, and he'd fall over, then I'd lose time. So it looks simple what he's doing, but it's actually very precise.
No.
And it just saves, what, 20 seconds or more?
If I could change anything, it would be
not that much, no, maybe more like 10, I don't know, it's hard to say. Depends on how good you are. It could be up to 20 if you're really quick at it, but...
that just says a lot about who you are.
You have to be right on the edge to be quick, because if you go too hard, he'll stagger, and that'll cost about 4 seconds.
You mean that shit they spray on the leaves?
Its real name is DG240.
That's no fun.
Quicks, the movement speed. What's up, by the way, Quicks? The movement speed is because he's playing New Game Plus, and he already has the parkour kit, which is a combination of different items that he's wearing that makes him go a lot faster.
Yep. There we go. So now we're gonna run ahead of him a little bit. We can be a little bit away from him, but not too far. But this is right on the edge of now the mission has progressed. We have to light these fields here. So for these first 3, we're gonna use Molotovs, like so. Normally I would use the flamethrower, but it's actually much easier to use the pistol like this in New Game Plus. Obviously we don't normally have this ability in the normal speedrun, but because you don't have the fire bullets or anything like that. They cost quite a bit to craft. We're just shooting these guys. They explode instantly once you shoot at them with these fire bullets. With that guy. So yeah, now we just lit a bunch of fields of fire, and we're gonna blow up these quad barrels of PD-240 here. So, more. There's a fumigator there.
Yeah, this game has a great vibe with the music, and it's just fun. It's really fun to play. My only gripe is that melee weapons from 5 are not in this game, unfortunately.
Yeah. Alrighty.
Doing more reload shenanigans. This prevents Julio from acting up. Sometimes he just stands there and looks at you if you don't do a reload. In general, in Far Cry games, the NPCs are really confused by fire, and I think that's probably part of the issue. Anytime there's fire around, you can pretty much assume that you're going to lose time NPCs.
Right, yeah. So, yeah, exactly. So yeah, now we're just moving to the next objective. We're actually moving to the fuel depot down here. We don't have it as an objective yet, but this is part of the next mission called Fuel the Revolution. And the fastest route is actually to do this right after the Fire and Fury. And then accept the mission afterwards. And you don't have to do it, obviously, once you take... This is an outpost down here, which is, you know, that's in all of the Far Cry games. So this is just the part of the tutorial that teaches you about outposts.
But okay.
Once you've taken this, you don't have to do it again, obviously. So then you only have to do the other part of the next mission.
His name is Benito. He's a local fisherman.
So now we're just gonna ride in here and pop some heads.
He lives on the east side of Casas Cove.
Always got time to make new friends.
You're building bridges for me, Danny. It's your gift. We need Benito. Talk to him.
So watching Binslev take over this outpost
The oil and prevent an explosion.
is what made me realize that I suck at aiming. I need to get better. Because he was doing this outpost in like 10 seconds. And yeah, I'd lose like 20-30 seconds to this. But yeah, it's a pretty fun outpost.
For sure, yeah. One detail in this outpost, I actually turned the valve over by that red container you can see there, and that actually gives me 500 pesos, and as well as some more fuel, but it's mostly the pesos that I'm interested in. I'm gonna reload checkpoint here, just to skip a splash screen that tells me I've taken the outpost, and also to be able to fast travel, because there's a radio call playing. There you go.
So Gazera's asking, is Far Cry 6 as good as Far Cry 3 overall? Well, I think you're going to upset a lot of people if you say yes to that. But what do you think, Binslev?
Let me just spawn this horse real quick. Yeah, there we go. So that you can kind of see them warp into existence in the distance.
Oh, okay.
So Far Cry 6, I think for the casual playthrough, it's hard to say. One thing I dislike about Far Cry 3, I have a love-hate relationship with Far Cry 3 and 4, because the cutscenes are not skippable. That's like the main gripe I have with the games. The story and the gameplay are pretty good, especially for the time. If I had to play a game casually, like for the next 200 hours, I would pick Far Cry 6. Partly because the cutscenes are skippable, but also because I think the gunplay is much better. The movement, climbing ladders, there's more freedom in vehicles. The missions are more free form. You can start a mission, do like half of it, and then you can do another mission and return to the other mission. There's a lot more freedom. The game is there's just more to do, and the game works better.
I think it depends when you played which game, because Far Cry 3, when that came out, was the most amazing game I've ever played. However, Far Cry 6 is newer, more beautiful. There's more to do. Yeah. It's definitely a better game, but Far Cry 3, was revolutionary at the time, and
Yeah.
it's loved for different reasons.
The Far Cry 3 also has
yeah.
a more serious vibe to it. Like it's a completely different feeling and environment you're playing in. Anyway, so yeah, just to quickly go back to the speedrun here. This mission here, we need to assassinate Rosario here. She can be in both of this camp or the other one, and obviously this one is best because it's closest.
Shut the fuck up.
So we have to time this pretty precisely, because I'll just explain that after.
That takes care of Rosario.
Oh, so there you go. So you only have a very narrow window where you can fast travel away from this mission, because you can't fast travel during Juan's radio call, and if you kill her during that radio call, the next radio call will start instantly. So you have to wait for the call to finish, kill her, and then fast travel instantly before the next radio call starts.
And the reason you can't fast travel during the radio call is because of reasons.
Yes. That was deemed too fun and interesting to be able to fast travel. Yeah, Vaz is a great antagonist for sure. Like, Vaz and Pagan are just top of the line antagonists in my opinion. Anton is weaker in my book. By the way, I equipped the parkour kit, but I actually put on the prisoner's shirt instead of the parkour shirt. And the prisoner's shirt gives me extra it gives me extra camp resources whenever I loot like metal or gasoline or medicine. And I need a certain amount of metal to craft hideouts later on in the game. And the hideouts are basically just fast travel points that you can use to airdrop or get a vehicle from. So, yeah.
By the way, you're just gonna casually kill the driver and not explain why?
Well, it's the same reason as always, as everything else. I killed the driver because he's slow to get out, so it's faster to kill him. So, you know, sometimes you have to make sacrifices for the greater good, and I think that was a worthy sacrifice, because it saved at least 5 seconds for me. There we go. So, everything's going really quickly here. So, you're supposed to climb the lighthouse there, but you can also just yeet off the cliff and then reload checkpoints once you're close enough to the boats. And voila, you've teleported to the boats. So,
and that's an amazing skip found by an amazing runner.
Yep, the one and only Chief Supremo. So you want to do this part stealth, because if you get detected even slightly, then a million enemies will spawn. But that's not an issue. There we go. So I have a suppressor on this, and with AP bullets, it has enough. It can one-shot everyone in the face. So pretty straightforward. So that's it. Now we just have to wait for a bit for Clara to arrive in her little boat dinghy. It's gonna come from ammonia in there.
We couldn't have done it without you, Danny.
I think. Oh, she's coming from this way. I don't remember. Yeah.
Yes, overkill. Murder is faster.
Yep. As long as you have a good excuse, murder is fine, such as saving 5 seconds of your life.
Where are you, Clara?
There she is. Yeah, we just have to wait for her now. We'll then be in the water when she arrives. So yeah, because I have the this is New Game Plus, so I don't need to buy all of the parkour kit. We normally buy the parkour kit with pesos, and we get the pesos from trading camp resources mostly, as well as completing certain missions.
You keep all your money for New Game Plus too?
She's doing a bit of a she's doing a roundabout real quick. This happens rarely, but I don't know why. But for some reason she likes to turn around sometimes and then continue. But yeah, now we're off. No, you don't keep the money.
Hell of a fireworks show.
You only keep all of the like equipment and upgrades. So weapons, clothes, Supremos.
So you still need money for the maps. Or the maps, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I only need the money to buy the LSD hideouts, and then once I'm done with LSD, I will proceed with the other regions. So now we're getting to the game is kind of unfolding now. We're leaving the tutorial island essentially. And this is actually where the alternate ending ends. Right after this sailing trip, we can get on a boat and just sail away.
Won't re-election solve that? What happened to your list?
I doubt Far Cry 6 offers something cardinally new to the series. Yeah, there's not much. It's always little features they add when they make a new Far Cry game.
Can you look at the flamingos?
Yes.
So,
There we go. Look at the pretty pelicans.
a useless fact: a flock or a group of flamingos is called a flamboyance.
No one would choose
Wow.
this.
Now you know it.
Everyone who follows me.
Thank you very much.
And that concludes my
But you know, I can't really see
commentary. That's all I wanted to say.
All right, moving on.
Fuck you.
No.
Yeah, after this, there's a couple of cutscenes to skip, and
Maybe a fancy apron.
yeah, then the game is
Leave me
going to
out of your
continue.
fantasies, Clara.
So at the moment, we're going to be introduced to the 3 regions of the world. So Yara has like is split into 3 big regions, where we need to go and find some factions, essentially, to help our fight against Anton Castillo. The premise is that, you know, there's the evil dictator who's enslaving his own people, and we need to take over his kingdom and kill him. We need these 3 factions to do it. The Monteros, Maximus Matanzas, and whatever's going on in LSD. There's a couple of factions over there. So now we need to go in here and talk with Juan, like so, and then we need to interact with this, and that actually concludes the mission Supremacy, which requires me to get all of the Resolver and Supremos in the game. But I already have those from my New Game Plus save, so I completed that instantly. But yeah, now we need to go to Clara over here. Another thing we get with the New Game Plus save is we get to keep our vehicles that we found. So I can just spawn a helicopter here. So fly away. Normally you have to like fast travel 2 times to get this helicopter in the normal speed. I say normal, I mean the non-New Game Plus. So yeah.
So I think Ubisoft build this game as a 30-hour casual playthrough.
They're specially trained and heavily armed.
So the fact he's going to do it in about 4 hours is pretty awesome. There's no huge glitches like in Atomic Heart where they just upskirt this woman in the beginning, then like somehow go out of bounds and walk to the end.
Yeah. The game is pretty robust, so at least we haven't found any ways of going out of bounds. So we do have to play most of the game as intended. We're going to be abusing this buzzer quite a bit. Actually, I'm just going to make a new loadout real quick. Put on this.
So if you were here for the New Dawn run, you notice he's flying a bit diagonally, which ends up being about 15% faster. And it actually works out pretty nice. In this game, I feel it's a bit easier to do with the buzzer that you have here.
Yes, definitely. It's I'm just flying in a straight line diagonally. I actually timed it in this game. It seems to be only about 10% faster.
Okay.
But it's still noticeably quicker.
Yeah, this buzzer is sick because it has guns on it.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's
Probably
super nimble.
The most fun you'll have flying in a Far Cry game is with this.
Yeah, definitely.
And then
The
they
helicopters are
actually
kind of
counteract
broken,
that. They've offset the funness of this with the regular helicopter, which is chunky and horrible.
Most definitely. This one maneuvers very well. It's also kind of stealthy, like the enemies have a hard time seeing you, and it's super nimble. It's so much fun.
What do you
So,
mean?
This is the land where legends are born, Danny. The 67 revolution
so yeah,
started in El Este. El Tigre,
right now we're just flying to the Legends camp up here. We're gonna start with El Este for a couple of reasons. Mostly because it doesn't really matter in the full in the New Game Plus, because the money is not really an issue here, but it's very helpful in you get a couple of missions here that you give you quite a bit of money, which you need to buy the parkour kit in the normal run. So I just jumped out of the helicopter in the middle of the camp. Beautiful. And now we've met the legend, so I'm just gonna grab this suitcase here that has some pesos. Then I'm gonna accept El Tigre's mission. And first, before I go and do that, I'm actually gonna go down here and build some build hideouts level 1 here. There we go. I built the hideout network. And that gives me a hideout in each region. It also allows me to buy hideouts, which is very useful. I'll buy all the hideouts in the Leste now.
Clara, I've met the legends.
You want level 2 hideouts, so which gives you, which also spawns a vehicle at all of the hideouts.
They still want to be. I'm going to take a walk around their camp, check out what they've got.
Okay, Danny. Stay in touch.
Right, so here we're just going down here to this mission area. Gonna jump out and wingsuit now. Oh yeah, but hideouts level 1 also gives you a wingsuit. I haven't had that until now.
So this mission, you're basically supposed to clear out all the enemies and then come back with a helicopter later. And for the speed run, that'd be take quite a long time to have to come back. So there's a helicopter enemy that spawns. So he's going to try to shoot it down with an EMP arrow. Is that right? Or do you wait for them to land? Either way, he's going to steal that helicopter and park it in a specific location so it doesn't despawn. Then he's able to immediately complete the mission after he gets the instructions to come back with a helicopter, because he'll already have a helicopter right there.
Right, so here I'm just killing all these waves of enemies that come and try to stop us from taking the medicine crate in the middle of the camp. That's what this mission's all about. Taking these guys out from the mounted gun. Right, now this wave is different than the rest because this wave has a helicopter coming. And I want that helicopter, like Chief explained just a moment ago. I'm going to be using this EMP arrow here to take him down. This forces him to land and allows me to grab the helicopter. There you go. So I'm just going to grab it and I'll actually park it in a safe space so it doesn't despawn. Because you can't just put it anywhere. The game will despawn it if you're in the wrong spot. But if you put it over here, this is something Chief found, by the way. If you put it right here, it won't despawn. You can use it right after this cutscene.
You also need to do it before killing all the enemies, because if you kill all the enemies, then you won't have time to park it.
Yes, true. As soon as you kill the last guy, it fades to black.
So that was really smooth.
Shit.
Oh yeah, she's down. Is that why? Oh, never mind. Beautiful. Alrighty. Just gonna skip this cutscene and hopefully I have a helicopter over here. Very nice. Then I can just get right in and fly it over to the helipad.
Yeah, so Binslev and I basically ran this game at different times. But we both had a lot of fun finding these different strats. This was a pretty big
Sure,
one,
yeah.
so I was pretty excited about this.
Yeah.
There is another one later on that we collabed on. You're going to use that for Rosario, right?
Yeah, definitely. There's quite a
Okay.
few tricks that we like kind of
Or no,
several people.
Benitez.
Yeah, but Benitez, yeah.
Benitez, yeah.
There's some tricks have several like iterations. So I actually for that previous one I actually used to use the EMP grenades. Because in the full story run without New Game Plus, I don't have the bow at this point, so I normally use EMP grenades instead, which is like they're not as good, but you can also use those to immobilize helicopters and tanks.
And that's because your route is basically the opposite route. Or mine started with the Montegros.
Yeah, Monteros. Yeah,
Monteros, yeah.
your route. In your route, you ran the game when the Bandito operations. They're kind of hard to explain without like showing it. So you can just go and watch the regular full story run to see what I mean. But the Bandito operations, you can get quite a bit of money from those. Very quickly by doing an exploit where you basically start an operation, which is just a point-and-click adventure kind of, and then you go out of you go and change your PC's your Windows time, or it also works in console with time zones. If you change your time like 2 hours forwards, it'll skip ahead and instantly complete the mission. You normally have to wait like 1 hour or 2 hour, X amount of hours in real time. But there's an exploit where you can just, complete them instantly. And that's a pretty good way of making money. Pretty quickly. Right, so I'm just picking up some suitcases and I'm picking up some metal here. And I need the suitcases to buy hideouts. And here, things are going so quickly. Alright. This mission, we need to photograph all of these corpses here to show Lorenzo, who's one of the legends, what's going on. So we just photographed all 3 locations, and now we're going to reload checkpoints so we can fast travel home. Yes, this is imaginary Cuba. You're correct, Karudo. This is Yara, but it's based off of Cuba, for sure. Alrighty. Let's picture it didn't happen. I'm gonna run down to get hideouts level 2, as well as one more hideout. Because I need a buzzer at this point. So these hideouts, level 1 costs 30 metal and 30 gas, and hideout level 2 costs 60 metal and 60 gas. So that's why I put on the prisoner's shirt to get so I didn't have to loot as many items to get all the metal I needed. But I'm gonna switch out the prisoner's shirt for the revolutionary shirt, because that has more armor, which is quite handy for certain parts of the game. So yeah, moving on to the new revolution here. This is actually basically 100% Chief's, not exactly, but most of this mission is just Chief's strategy that he found about a year ago when he was running the game.
Getting close, I think.
A lot of these strategies I'm using are either just directly copied from him or iterations of his strategies. So right now I'm flying over here to this anti-aircraft gun. I'm going to destroy it with a piece of dynamite, and that will allow me to airdrop. It has like a circle around it basically, that where it won't let you airdrop, and it'll like shoot you down if you're too high up. Blowing up the AA guns means you can fly anywhere you want, and you can airdrop from any locations that are like close to that anti-aircraft gun. And I'm going to be needing the airdrop in a moment for this mission.
I'm at Concepcion. How do I find
So now I'm just flying over here to Honron, get into their hideout. This is what are they called?
Setch Dresker. Thank you for the raid. Raiding with the party is 17.
Hell yeah.
I know for sure I butchered your name, and I'm sorry about that. I'm just merely an American. Can't blame me.
Fetch Dresker. I would probably say it the same way, honestly. Appreciate it, man. So yeah, now I'm airdropping here. I'm gonna be airdropping to this boat out here because this is by far the fastest way to get on the deck. So basically here we have to rescue a couple of hostages on this boat. We also need to defend it from a couple of airplanes that spawn afterwards. So now we're just gonna land here, right next to this guy. He has the... We're just gonna pull this lever because we need to get this container on the ground. Also need to shoot that lock. There's a couple of hostages in that container.
So you always scare me when you do that parachute trick, because I forget the parachute is much more... what's the word I'm looking for? Forgiving than in Far Cry 5 and New Dawn. If you parachute like that in New Dawn, you are glitching through the map and you're dead.
Wait, didn't I do it? Huh? Okay, I guess I missed one. Oh, what? What do you mean?
Yelena,
Okay.
I'm on the ship.
I
freed as many as I
Now we're proceeding. I don't know what happened there. For some reason, the radio call wouldn't spawn to continue the mission, but it did after a little time. I'm just gonna reload checkpoint to despawn all the enemies, because that makes this next fight here a little bit easier. Just fewer distractions and things that can blow me up, because I need to shoot down a bunch of airplanes. And there's a bunch of mounted guns, which make this mission pretty straightforward, luckily.
So feel free to start hating Admiral Benitez, the chick that's speaking right now, because there's a really fun trick that we're gonna use to take her out later.
Yeah, she's an asshole, so don't feel bad about not liking her. We're gonna be killing her very soon.
Should have stayed on the ground.
I think that was the last. There's a couple more airplanes. There's one more that'll spawn over here. He's gonna come there. And as soon as I kill this guy, another plane will spawn, but he's like a set piece, basically. He'll always crash, so I don't need to do anything. I'm just gonna wait for him to crash before I grapple up here. I'm gonna take the helicopter above me to fly away from this boat. You can actually go a bit too quickly here. If you leave too soon, the game will soft lock. So you have to wait a little bit. So, but I think I'm good now. You kind of have to wait for these rescue boats to arrive, or to spawn. So now I'm just gonna... You're supposed to be on the boats, but I'm just gonna fly to shore here and take out some of these boats on the way. There's also a couple of soldiers on the beach. Oh, and last one is here. Oh, is that all of it? Beautiful. Alrighty. And that's that mission. New Revolution. So now we just have to make our way back to El Aguero. Normally we would...
Yelena, it's done. Your people are safe.
I heard.
We even for the supplies?
Fuck yeah.
Need me for anything else?
Normally I would airdrop there.
She's
I have to wait for this radio call, but you can also fly back there.
Dale.
So now we just have to go down here and talk to Yelena and all her friends, and we have 3 missions to accept.
Yeah, I gotta see how you get to this next part, because
What's up?
wait a second. How did you get to that? How did you get to the boat? Because I used to do a trick where you would grapple and then wingsuit.
Can't find out where we are, Danny.
The boat?
You had the buzzer. I wasn't paying attention how you got to that boat that you were just on.
Oh, I messed up there. The new no, I think you're misremembering. I killed. I airdropped from.
Oh yeah,
Concepcion
right. Okay,
to the boat.
my bad. I think I'm thinking of a trick before I started taking out that AA cannon.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. So I messed up a little bit here. I didn't detect the town over here, so I have to airdrop from a different place, but it's not too bad. We'll still get there.
You send me to them first?
La Moral. Last I heard, they were a small group always on the edge of falling apart.
Yeah, so when you're playing this part casually, you most likely go to all those different checkpoints and meet the farmers, but you can just skip all that.
I'll keep my eyes open.
Hey, Danny.
So
Those farmers yet with the pass?
that's what he's doing now.
Yeah, so you're supposed to get like some allies to there we go, to help with this, but you can also just do it on your own pretty easily. The EMP bow is very good at taking these guys out. You have to stop this truck, and where did the tank go? Oh, he just proceeded. All right, just gonna use my Suprema here. Why not?
I'm kidding on that. I'll think about recruiting your super fans.
Still alive? Wow. Okay.
Now's a bad time.
There you go.
Yeah, so the EMP arrows, as you can see, are super OP.
Yeah.
And although they don't blow up the vehicles, they put them in a spot where you can do what he just did, where you can blow it up with a piece of dynamite or just kill the driver.
Alright, I think we did it. This mission is a bit strange sometimes, but yeah, we got it. Alright. Yes, so the easiest way by far, either you can use a Supremo to take out the tanks, or you can use an EMP to immobilize it, and then you can somehow just pull open the commander's hatch and throw a grenade, or like pull the pin on his grenade. Right. And we're gonna do a national treasure, and this is the mission where we need to rescue Carlito, which is a member of the Legends. And he's been locked in a museum for about 60 years, I think.
Yeah, I would say that Carlito is probably one of my favorite legends. I don't know about you, but
he's definitely top 5.
Good job, Danny. Any battle we get will go a long way in this fight. Admiral Benitez has increased patrols now, so watch the roads.
Okay.
So I want your hatred for Benitez to continue growing. Let's let it stew. Let it brew inside of you.
Pity.
And also know that she puts you through this like 10-minute mission if you follow the rules. But we don't intend to follow the rules.
Yeah, she can be kind of annoying. Her mission is super long normally, so... But yeah, now we've rescued Carlito. This is him. And we just have to take him back to a cave. A little ways away to bring him to safety, basically.
El Este, wouldn't that translate to this? Griffbone, I don't know. But I know that this is based on Cuba, and a lot of the slang and language they use is like the Cuban style of Spanish. So,
if I had to give a guess, I don't know what este means, but I'm pretty sure it means the east, because this is the eastern part of the island, this region. But I don't actually know if El Este means the east, but that just makes sense in my head. Yeah. El Tigre is riding shotgun in the gunner's seat, so that's why he just took out that helicopter chasing me. So now we just kind of invincible here, just driving through these enemies.
yeah, actually, the Spanish translation to English is the East.
Yeah, that makes sense, because this is the East, literally.
Now is not the time. This is pretty fucking fun.
Esta or Esto is this?
I guess that's the masculine and feminine.
Another story about you, Lobo, the legends, todo.
I guess Este is just the binary or non-binary version, or SX.
But yeah, that's true. If you're in doubt, just put an X at the end of it.
Carlito's pretty old and taking a beating.
These guys blow up instantly when we drive into them.
I think Carlito's my new favorite legend.
So, this mission and the one before it, Knuckleball, and the last one, Room Service, I actually do it in this order for a very specific reason. First of all, for the normal run, you want to do Knuckleball first because you get 1,000 pesos, and you're still level 3 when you complete Knuckleball first. Which means you can buy all of the parkour kit and the bow and everything you need. If you go to level 4, you won't be able to buy every piece of the parkour kit anymore, which is kind of silly. And the reason I do Room Service last, which is the next mission, is... Let's see if I can get there. Yes. I do Room Service last because when you complete this, you actually get teleported to El Agüero, which is where you need to go next. But if you do any of the other missions, you have to fast travel to El Agüero. It takes about 20 seconds longer, so... This is small optimization. There's a lot of those in this game, like a lot of reloading checkpoints and...
I thought dentists were always late.
Not this one.
Yelena.
Popping heads again. There's a lot of popping heads in this
Morale
one.
is safe for now.
And of course I start missing everything now. There you go.
And I'm working on a gift for you.
That guy can call for reinforcement, so he's kind of important to take out.
I'm taking it. They have tortured their last guerrilla here.
You sure you're not La Moral, Danny? I'm just saying.
There you go. Right, so you just want to kill these guys before this radio call finishes. Because that's like the limiting factor. This radio call, normally. Unless you're really slow, then you can lose time. Beautiful. Alrighty, so here, right after accepting this mission, I'm actually going to quit to menu. Because there's a radio call that plays here that you cannot skip by reloading checkpoints. Or rather, you can't reset it and then fast travel to skip it. But if you do quit to menu and then continue the game, then you're allowed to fast travel for a second or two before it starts playing.
Just remember, fast traveling is not supposed to be convenient or fast.
Oh no. You have to listen to every single word that someone says before the multitasking is not allowed. But luckily we can force it in the speedrun by reloading checkpoint constantly.
If I take off here, they'll shoot me down.
Now we're actually switching to another region for a little bit. We're in Madrugada now, which is in the west. The reason I'm doing this now is because I've very carefully choreographed like which mission I'm doing when. There's a big system to it, but part of it is because I want to clear the air. I want to start clear the air pretty early on in the speedrun, which is I'll get that in a few missions. Because I'll explain it when I get to it. Another reason is that I have to complete a certain amount of missions for other story missions to be available, basically.
Great.
Don't worry.
So.
Philly can help you. He's your in. He's at his shop near the
So, yeah.
Martinez airstrip.
Nothing comes easy.
Nothing worth fighting for. Suerte, Danny.
So now we just have to go and speak with Philly down here.
What kind of person works in a place like
In this magic workshop. We'll fast travel back to here again. Now we need to go and meet Espada, who's the daughter of Carlos Montero, who's the leader of the faction.
Got to find another place to take off.
So there's an anti-aircraft gun down by the water here that you don't have to destroy for this mission, but you have to destroy it later on. And this is the mission where it makes the most sense to destroy the anti-aircraft gun. So I'm just gonna do a quick flyby and destroy it now. That beeping sound is because I'm in an anti-aircraft zone, or a restricted air zone. So if I stay there too long, the guns will start shooting my plane down, or my helicopter in this case. There it is. Oh, I missed. Rip, run, reset. 1. There you go. Beautiful. Now that's blown up, so I can fly freely. I'm gonna fly over here because this is where Espada is. We can go through the roof over here, which is very handy. This is like right next to her.
What the fuck is happening
Oh.
up there?
Beautiful.
Stop!
We'll take the horses outside.
Okay.
Alright, so now we just have to escort her outside. She's not very helpful, sadly.
Sounds like they found the bodies you
But that's
stole.
okay.
Military's going to be on our ass.
We have to follow her because she can get stuck on the stairs if we go too far from her. Now we just kill everyone real quick. Go. Oh, they're over here. Right. Bro, there you go. Alright, oh, there's more soldiers, really? Where are you going, dude? Hell. Alright, there you go. Bro, get down here. My man. Oh god. Okay, we're fine now. The easiest way to get rid of this, really? Alright. I see how it is. Bastard. He had that coming. Alright, now we're gonna reload checkpoint to teleport Espada over to these this barn, where we need her to go.
So much for
We need to get on a horse and ride out of here.
Okay.
Good job.
Let's ride.
Easy now.
The reloading checkpoint just means we don't have to wait for her to get over there. So yeah, just to explain the premise a little bit of this game, the story is that Yara is like growing this wonder drug, or producing this wonder drug called Viviro.
Wait, quickly.
But to do it, they need to grow a bunch of tobacco with some special,
Over here.
what do you call it? They spray some red stuff on the plants to make them grow this, a lot of this compound that's needed for making this wonder drug. The drug that can cure cancer and stuff.
Okay. Think we
So Castillo is enslaving his own people to
See,
work in the fields to grow the tobacco.
Where did you learn to shoot like that?
military
So
academy.
our goal is to free all the
Point
slaves.
one.
We can use that.
I also make a mean mojito.
Believe that when I taste it.
Haven't had anything but Philly septic tank shit for weeks.
I'm going to pretend that's not
The game has some pretty neat color coding, so whenever you see red, like out in the water there, that means there's PG-240, which is the
Little Napoleon?
which is stuff they spray on the plants. It's poisonous. And if you see yellow, that's a type container that contains the stuff.
Jose works our people non-stop with a gun to the head. Come Mierda even took my papa. He was in those fields too long. Poison made him sick. Not that he'd ever admit it.
Tobacco. No, it is actually
We're
tobacco.
going to need Libertad if you want to stop Castillo.
You're not the first one to tell me that.
Yeah, at least they call it that. Who knows?
Pride in him.
We're just like riding along with the Spada here to get home to their base.
So what you're
Nothing
saying
nothing that interesting going on.
I don't know. There's something different about you. You're not like the others Clara said. Maybe he'll like you. Maybe.
How far away is this camp of yours?
Not far. You in a rush?
No, it's okay. Getting some good cardio in.
There we go.
See now.
Now we're at the Montero farm. This is their base of operations.
This is also where you're able to get the little sidekick puppy dog named Chorizo.
Very true.
So if you were sold on that concept when they promoted this game, then this is where you want to go to get him.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't use the amigos at all in this run. But you can use amigos to like help attack enemies and stuff.
How did it go?
Well, Carlos wants nothing to do
So
with
I just started 2 missions. I started Napoleon el Pequeño, and I started Clear the Air with Carlos Montero. And I'm gonna go and do Napoleon el Pequeño now, but I'm actually not really gonna do Clear the Air, at least not actively. What I mean by that is, Clear the Air, you have to destroy a certain amount of poison containers and burn the tobacco fields and stuff. And there's a lot of them down by that tobacco plant that we were at earlier.
Hey,
Papa's not so good with technology.
So the mission premise is that you're supposed to go down there and burn
Poison looks like.
or destroy all of the fumigators and
real thoughtful of him.
PG-240 containers, but you can actually do that in any part of the game. You don't have to do it down by that plantation.
Check the photo.
So I like to accept the mission, and then I just do like the rest of the game. And then I destroy poison barrels whenever I come across it, and it always adds up to... you always complete the mission, like, well before it starts becoming a problem, because at some point
Nice bow.
I'm basically starting I'm gonna start these Madrugada missions now, and then I'll do the entirety of El Este and Valle de Oro, more or less, which is the middle
We have to
region.
get Carlos a
I'll do most
doctor.
of the game before I return to
He's coughing
Madrugada
blood. He
again.
needs help.
Papa took me fishing once. South of Costa del
Hang on, I'll
Mar.
just turn on the lights.
He's a hell of a rancher, but a shit fisherman. No patience. Couldn't cast. Kept snagging his line on the bottom. Even hooked himself in
So yeah, this is
Got so
this is a
pissed,
2
threw a
minutes
stick of
and 15
dynamite
seconds
in the
long
water.
sailing trip,
Killed
so
a lot of fish, but
not a lot
also
going on
put a
except some
fucking
exposition.
hole in our boat. We swam 5 kilometers back to shore.
But yeah.
All these boats stopped
Hang on, let me just switch my loadout real
to
quick.
help, but Papa
So
told
basically,
us
at the
to
moment, I have
fuck.
2
What
loadouts.
does this have to
I
do
don't
with
think I explained
Carlos
this
being
earlier,
sick?
but I have 2 loadouts. I have one loadout for running around, which has the parkour pants, and that's like the fastest loadout. And I have another loadout with the scrounger pants instead of the parkour pants.
Shut up.
And what the scrounger pants do is they constantly repair your vehicle while you're sitting in it. So you can take a little bit of damage, but it automatically repairs. You don't have to get out and use the blowtorch to repair your vehicle. And that's insanely useful for the speedrun, because
We thought it was going to be like the old days again. Like some kind of
there's quite a few missions where you're using the buzzer and you'll take some damage in it, and it can be pretty annoying to have to repair it constantly. Or if you lose it, that's even worse. That loses a lot of time. There's also a strategy that Chief used a bunch in his runs to to use the Scrounge Your Pants to repair vehicles.
Carlos doesn't have a plan.
He didn't have the loadout back then, so he
Don't tell
like
anybody what the fuck you're
it took quite a few more
trust
clicks
anybody
to
either.
switch between Scrounge Your Pants and Parkour Pants.
Just fucking
So I
react
think
whenever
Chief just
Napoleon
used the
Pequeño
Scrounge Your Pants
looks your
constantly.
way.
But
He's old
nowadays
school.
you can use
Reminds me of my
loadouts, so you
headmaster
can
in the
quite easily
orphanage.
switch between the two.
Strict, tough as shit, but if he liked you, he had your back for life.
That kind of thinking is gonna get us all killed. We can't keep reacting to Jose. It's not working. We need to try new things. Be agile. Stay one
Yeah, it
step
seems
ahead
like whenever they
until he's dead.
added something that would take away from strats, they added something else eventually that helped you be a bit faster. So kind of
Yeah.
evened out a little bit.
They actually quite recently added some new. First of all, the game was released in October
Go.
2021,
His friend by the helipad can help.
and over a year later, November 2022, they released patch 1.6, and that patch had a bunch of things, including it had a 100% counter, so all of your progress wasn't really like it wasn't all displayed anywhere in the game before. Let me just kill all these guys. Some of the collectibles and missions and stuff were shown, but not all of them, and it was kind of hard to like showcase all of it. So it's really difficult to do a 100% speedrun of this game, because there wasn't like a screen you could just show to prove that you've done you've done everything. But they added that in patch 1.6, and that was also the patch where they added New Game Plus, which I'm doing right now, of
El
course.
Pequeño has a fucking torture chamber filled with hot.
Now one could ask why that isn't a part of the game from release, but
Can
we
you
don't
let
ask
me in?
questions around here. Right, so I just reloaded checkpoint there to spawn this car, because that's like way quicker. There's an alternative route to grab a jet ski down by the water on our left to sail to the other side of this island here. This is Jose Castillo's private island, who's like the he's like the mini boss of this region, basically. Each region has a couple of mini bosses that we have to kill. There we go. Now there's 3 hostages down here that we need to rescue. Just gotta kill that guy. There we go. And we gotta reload checkpoints. After rescuing these hostages, I'm gonna immediately reload checkpoint here to get everyone on aggroed. And then I'm gonna fast travel to Esperanza now. I'm gonna go to this hideout up here. Now the mission isn't actually over yet, but the main only thing remaining now is a radio call telling us that we've
Jose was using
completed
this
the
place as his
mission.
own little torture chamber.
So I can drive to the next
That outcast
location
never
while
liked
the
me
mission is
forever.
still completing, which is very handy.
I shouldn't be
A lot of the optimizations that I found are just ways to fast travel,
now we saw earlier.
or
His lab
fast travel to a hideout and then get into a vehicle
Okay.
while a
then
radio
are you
call is
going to tell me
playing,
what's really going on?
You'll know
so you
when
don't
I
have to
need
wait
you
for
to.
these radio calls all the time. There you go. So that was Napoleon El Pequeño. So now we're gonna go over here and do Paradise Lost. This is the first mission that takes place in, well, not really. It's not the first place that takes place in Esperanza, because technically the very first mission was also here. But now we're back here after about an hour of absence. Yeah. This is a pretty cool mission, actually. It's a real speedrunners mission, because you basically just have to run around the town and plant bombs on generators. So, the quicker you're running, the quicker you complete the mission. There we go. So now we're gonna go up here and meet with Clara and Juan, who are gonna give us this mission.
We place explosives here, here, and here. Danny, you need to plant
Alrighty.
explosives at checkpoints. Find the generators. They pop real.
This is number 1 right here.
Okay. Okay. How do
As
I
you might have
figure that?
noticed, the enemies are not really that big a threat, and that's because I'm playing on the story difficulty. There's actually three difficulties. There's story, there's action mode, and there's guerrilla mode. And guerrilla mode is it's still not as hard
Can't
as,
keep up with your
like,
metaphors.
I would say it's easier than, oh, whoops. It's honestly easier than, like, medium difficulty in games like Far Cry 3, 4, and 5.
Some
But
fireworks for our anniversary.
still, better than nothing. This game is pretty easy, honestly, but luckily this is speedrun, so that just means we can focus more on the movement rather than staying alive.
Juan, the packages have been dropped off.
There we go. We've planted all 3 bombs now. Now we're going to this hotel up here.
I sent you a photo of where you can find me.
On my way.
Now, the way this parkour kit works is that the pants give you an 18% speed boost, but you have to slide to activate it.
I think you mean drunk uncle.
And then it lasts for 20 seconds. So you can see in the bottom left, there's a little blue circle that's like slowly emptying. That's my speed boost from my pants. Which sounds really stupid when I say it like that, but that's how it works. These are the speedy boy pants, and then I have the repair boy pants.
Fuck the plan. I'm going in.
Right, so now we're going in here. We've gotten intel on Anton being at this hotel right now.
Enough charges have been
Hopefully we can get in there and kill him.
PTSD for everyone. Hotel's all yours, Daddy. Get in there and don't come out without Castillo's head.
So I'm gonna be using the this pistol here because it's very good at close quarters combat like this. It shreds through enemies really efficiently.
What are you talking about?
Shit's exploding, his bodyguards are getting murdered, and he's still giving that stupid speech. Man,
So I just need to kill everyone in this lobby here. They're upstairs. Oopsies. Okay, the last guys are downstairs, I think. That's everyone. Oh, you just need to go to the elevator here. That'll take us to the top floor where Anton is hopefully giving this speech here. That's the plan anyways, but it turns out it was a trap and it's actually Diego Castillo, his son.
They're gone.
There's a whole plot going on, but we're skipping it all, so yeah. I can you know, the story is decent. Some of the characters are annoying, but it's a good game, honestly. I like it. Just switch loadouts here to put the repair pants on again, because we do take quite a bit of damage here. But you can see on the bottom that I'm like slowly repairing the vehicle as I'm driving away.
Clara, I made it out in one piece.
Danny, what happened? How did you get out?
It was a setup, but I got myself a little present. Castillo's ride.
Ready.
Smells like old dictator.
I'm just waiting for this radio call to finish.
No fishing?
Before we can
We did
proceed.
some damage to his regime.
It's a good idea, actually.
you punched Anton's regime in the balls today.
The next up is Harpoon, which is probably Chief's favorite mission at
Hey,
this point.
you ever hear anything about Castillo being sick?
No? Why?
I overheard some guards.
So this fish, this adds to your
I'll be in touch. Every step we take gets us closer
the
to
mission on the beach, right?
Oh,
It
this
doesn't.
is just time wastes. Yeah, it doesn't do it. That only starts counting up once you've actually started the mission. So
I feel like I've
that's
been there
actually
before at that point and had percentage, but can't remember.
as far as I've tested, it doesn't work like that. Sadly, I'm not in combat game. Stop it.
Well, that fish was kind of angry.
I just reloaded checkpoint though. I shouldn't be in combat. This game is weird.
You aggroed the fish.
Understandable. I killed the fish. Alright, now we can fast travel. So, yeah, now we're gonna do Harpoon, which has probably one of the coolest skips in the entire speedrun. Which we actually found kind of... Well, yeah, we found it kind of recently. That's fair to say.
Yeah, so the way it works is that you storm the beach and force your way into the compound. And first you have to turn a couple of valves to stop the poison from killing you. And then once you're through there, you're basically working your way through to Admiral Benitez.
Yeah.
And as soon as you see her, she's in a spot you have to run all the way around the room and get to a different door. And by the time you get through there, she runs away. But one time she got stuck and she didn't run away. And Binslev found that he could actually shoot her right there and kill her, because if she gets away, which she normally does, there's a whole nother 5 minutes where you're waiting for, or where you're taking out reinforcements, you're waiting for the cannons to become available. It's just a really long process.
Yeah.
So long story short, we found a way to guarantee that we'll kill her there every time.
Yep, it's really cool. It saves about 4.5 minutes of it. You cut the mission in half basically, and it's like one of the longest ones. So that's very nice. And it happened completely at random, like a few times for me, and I couldn't replicate it. But then Chief put his we rubbed our 2 brain cells together, and we figured this. We found this really cool strategy. But yeah, you'll see it in a moment. Right now, we're just storming the beach, where this tank slowly... Oh, he killed a couple of friendlies. This tank is slowly trundling up to this door here. In a moment, he'll start shooting at the door. I'm actually gonna help him by blowing the door up. As soon as he's like in position, you can help with doing damage to it. There you go. Oh, never mind. There you go. That's So we just have to basically protect him. The only things who can like kill him or do damage to him are the RPG guys, and there's only a few of those. But these enemies will also distract him, which is not ideal, because then he'll like sometimes he'll just stop or shoot at the things that are not the door. So right now he's being super. Oh, that works. Why? What are you doing, dude? Alright, thank you. So you got a little bit bamboozled, but we made it. Beautiful.
I think I lost them.
Alrighty, so now I'm just gonna pick up some ammo around this place. Stock up on everything.
A guerrilla has made it inside. Find them. Kill them.
So this glitch that we were talking about is coming up in a moment.
If you're not dealing with a guerrilla inside, then you're killing guerrillas outside.
And by the way, like I mentioned earlier, I started Clear the Air, where you need to kill fumigators and stuff. So that fumigator I just killed there, as well as this next one in the room up above, they actually add a 2% to that mission. Like, all the poison you destroy around the map adds to the mission. So you don't even have to visit that tobacco plant, which the developers intended you to do. So yeah, we have to turn these valves right here to turn off the poison. That's slowly flooding this room, trying to kill us. Oh, I messed up. Try that again. I fell down. There you go, that's better. Beautiful. This guy has a key that we need. Alright, so watch closely.
Seems to be fucking death around every corner here.
So I'm gonna pull out my dynamite right when she says you have nowhere to go. There we go, she's dead. So you need 2 dynamites and you can kill her through that window. You don't have to run around, chase her down, and destroy the door that she's hiding behind and everything.
So
she's
it's
dead
time.
and the mission's over now.
It's timed perfectly so that the explosion happens in between her dialogues. And if you don't time it properly, she'll run away. So there's a lot more to it than it appears.
Yeah, for sure. You have to time it right, because if she's talking while you blow her up, the first time she'll like start running away. Did I mess up? Yeah, I did. Oops. Alright, let's try that again. Right, now. Oh my god. Someone wants to talk to me on the phone, so reloading checkpoint. Now we're gonna do our right to party, which is normally like a super low-paced, chilled-out mission, but we found a lot of ways to break it completely.
Danny, are you still
You'll see in a
celebrating
moment.
that
Some of them
Valentine's
Chief
Day?
found
Maybe
and
because
used in
you're
his runs.
gay?
Others I found
I am.
to add on to it.
Not yet, but I get
So
the
this
feeling
mission
I
is
should be.
probably one of my
Hell
favorite
yes.
ones for the speedrun.
Okay, it's on, Danny. Have a drink with me at Chuchi's. It's a bar west of Concepcion Bay.
So we're just gonna
and
land
north
over
of Gran Hotel
here.
Yeah,
Caballero.
this setup is hilarious because here's Yelena. You're supposed to follow her to her car and get in the car with her.
The Admiral is dead.
So he's leaving Yelena behind right now.
Military. Well done, Danny.
Some of the people
But the game
here
took
are
took
little
account of
quick to
this, and
celebrate.
she'll just be teleported down here if you decide to go there on your own. So she's down here. Now, Honron is up at the top of the stairs, and we want Honron to run down the stairs so long as you walk slowly. But if we bump Yelena like that, Honron will run down and... Hang on, did I... Oh, that's really cool, actually. Alright. Next trick. I'm gonna kill these two, because we're supposed to race them on these jet ski to get to this island. But if you kill them, you can just take the buster there, and they'll instantly teleport there once you arrive. Cheaters.
Totally justified murder.
Yes. Oh, again, it's a small sacrifice in my eyes. Yeah, now we're just sailing over, flying over here. This island where there's a party. Once we arrive, they're gonna have like a really long conversation that we're gonna skip parts of by shooting them.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, you can skip a lot of dialogue in this game by with a few bullets to the... There you go. And then Danny says, "What's next?" There you go. And now we can run away. Now they're gonna finish their conversation without me there, so all good. So now I'm gonna kill these bunny rabbits here, because I need meat for the grill. A worthy sacrifice once again. At least I'm gonna kill some of them.
Me,
I
I, need.
One more bit of food for the grill, and I can kick back.
Where to find meat or fish to cook.
Oof.
Or plant-based food for the good of your
So
soul.
we got a bunch of carrots and a couple of bunnies, probably. Yeah, we got 2 bunnies, I think. I just need a bit of seaweed, and we need the grill, which is down here by underwater for some reason. Beautiful.
They're just salting it to add flavor.
Understandable. Alrighty. Now just swim back and put this on the fire. Place our food down.
Hey, make
Gonna
sure you
take
light up
swig
the
of
fireworks.
Yeah.
Yeah, light them up. Light them up.
No more Admiral, huh? That's a good thing.
Very true. So... that's basically the mission. Now we need... Oh yeah, I need to skip this. That little cutscene actually varies depending on what you gathered. So if you gathered a bunch of fish instead of bunnies, there'll be fish on the fire and so on. So you have to gather like different types of food for the mission to progress properly. Or yeah, the more food you collect of the same type, the less it'll progress the count. There's also an alligator over on that side of the island, and there's a shark in the water, so on. So, right after this, well, we just have to wait. Right after this, I'm actually gonna quit to desktop. Normally, I would just quit to menu here to be able to fast travel after this mission, but my game has a tendency to crash about halfway through. I can't complete a full run of it without it crashing at least once. It only crashes once, to be fair. So to mitigate that, I always just quit to desktop right after this mission. And then start the game again. So we're just gonna do that now. So yeah, thanks for watching, everyone. No, just kidding.
Can you make sure you start the stream again on Discord?
Sure.
There's a funny thing you could do there. Right before the cutscene, like after the fireworks, you can throw a bunch of Molotovs. And when you wake up, everybody would be on fire. It's totally worth it.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I think they actually patched that, so you can't do that anymore, sadly.
Shoot.
All right.
Much fun.
The Molotov thing. I wasn't able to throw Molotovs when I tried earlier.
Hola.
So now we're just going to this place.
Oh, no shit.
You see the stream?
You all just
Yep.
left me?
You're the one who kicked us off our island.
How many pull-ups can you do?
Do not remember that.
A million.
That's the least of
How many pull-ups can you do?
Alrighty.
What an announcement.
So now we just need to kill all these enemies here. This is another big like combat mission.
Repinga. How fucked are we?
Gilberto's chameleons got word ahead of time. They were able to clean everything out before they sold out.
A whole bunch of enemies here.
Don't go back there.
Where are you setting up shop?
Thanks to you, at the Gran Hotel Caballero. Swing by soon. McKay and Castillo are already fortifying their poison production operations in La Jolla.
You got it.
Blaze, incoming!
Cojones.
Reinforcements coming from the main road.
I'll cut them off.
Now it's a party!
Alrighty. So if you EMP the cars, they generally like run themselves off the road and kill themselves. Can I hijack this? Thank you. So for some reason, all of these commander hatches are unlocked, so I can just pull them open and pull out the commander. Alright, I think they died somehow, so that's great. So I like to use this tank later in the mission, so I'll always drive it up here to put it in position, so I can easily get onto the mounted gun on the turret. But you guys take care of them. I'll take care of literally everyone else. So yeah, enemies are gonna flooding down the waterfall here, so just gonna go up and kill them. Oh, missed the stairs. Whoa, that was some serious airtime. Good job, guys. Luckily everyone has pistol ammo, because otherwise I would run low pretty quickly, because I use the pistol a lot in these kinds of missions. Alright, we got him. More enemies. They're luckily they're all grouped up out in here, so they're very easy to kill. Alright. I think this is the last wave of enemies for like in the courtyard here. There you go. Now there's a couple of helicopters you need to take out. I'll use the Supremo on this guy. That's always the easiest way to take care of him. And there'll be 2 more spawning now. I'll just steal this mounted gun here to take care of those. Oops, I used the... Yeah, it probably has a lot of recoil, doesn't it, this auto pistol? It does not look very comfortable at all. So you want to aim for the engine on these helicopters, because that's like their weak spot. There you go. That's all. Oh yeah, there are a lot of crabs in that party. That's true.
Yelena,
Hello,
what's
Dominic
wrong?
Gaming. So yeah, now we just need to escape this place. Finish the mission. We're supposed to like follow Yelena or whatever, but we can just fly off. That's it. Let me just actually turn the quality down. It's chopping a little bit. Maybe that'll help.
I upload.
Alright, can we fast travel? No. Radio calls. So we'll reload checkpoint to reset the radio call that's about to play, so I can fast travel to the next mission. Yes. So, in this mission we have to take out a couple of jammers, which are like jamming the internet in the area or whatever.
I'm going to kill Castillo and McKay.
Can you craft EMP bullets for the pistol? Actually, I don't know. That might be a useful strategy.
It's pretty fucking high.
Basically, I like to take out these jammers from this buzzer here, because that's you can also get out and stand next to them and then just like interact with them and destroy them by hand. But it's faster to do it with an EMP grenade like this. I missed. Right, we got one.
Sure thing.
And I'm gonna get another one over here. This one you can't really destroy with the EMP grenades for some reason, but this next one you can. Quite easily. So...
I bet McKay's building will be swarming with soldados.
Beautiful. So, the way these jammers work, the more jammers we destroy, the faster Yelena can hack computers for us. And so obviously it's, you would think it's beneficial to take all of the jammers out, but they only like, they don't help that much. So it's the way they work is the first one you take out is obviously necessary to do the mission. I'm just running around here, starting unlocking these two computers. The second jammer you destroy makes the hacking 17 seconds quicker. So if you can destroy it in under 17 seconds, then it's a win. But the next jammer you destroy, the third one, doesn't actually help at all with this hacking speed. So it doesn't add anything. So yeah, you only have to destroy like one extra jammer. Then it can save about like, it's a total it's a save of it's 17 seconds faster. It takes a little bit extra time to do it, so maybe you save like 7 to 10 seconds, I guess. So right here, I just have to defend these two computers from being locked or whatever these soldiers are gonna do. They just need to kill them so they don't hack the anti-hack the computers. They mustn't install antivirus.
Yelena, I'm at McKay's building.
The place is filled with Castillo loyalists. How you handle those people is up to you. You might be able to do this and not be noticed.
Yeah, you can just chill on the staircase. Right here.
Says part of the building is being renovated, so if you see construction, chances are there'll be less people.
Thanks for the tip.
Danny, I have the office schedule. Says McKay might be meeting people there today.
I'm crossing my fingers.
I can see in the top left when they're about to be finished. Once that happens, once both of them are done, I have to go to that door over there.
Alright, I got all I could on this computer.
On it.
I think we're good. Beautiful. So, I actually parked the buzzer that I arrived in outside because I want to continue using it for the next couple of missions. Just go out and find it. Where did I park it? I think it's over here. Yeah, there it is. So now I'm gonna switch to the repair pants loadout because I'll be flying quite a bit now. So there's a couple of missions here that are like kind of linked together. I think it was Chief who at least as Chief I stole the strategy from.
What's our next move?
According to his files, the pipe network and the plant are a big deal. McKay put most of his...
So there's two missions here. I just accepted weapon of choice where I have to go to a distillery or a factory or something and destroy it. Or at least I have to hack it and then it self-destructs. And there's another mission with Lucky Mama up here that I have to accept, that where I need to destroy a bunch of yellow containers around the map.
Should I take out the rest
And
of the jammers?
these yellow containers basically
Faster download means
they
more
basically
TV
take me
shows
right to the factory that I need to go to in weapon of choice. So it makes a lot of sense to chain the two missions together because you know you can do weapon of choice in the middle of this one called Surgical
See what I
Strike.
can do about taking out the rest
So
of
just
the
park up
jammers.
here and accept our mission, and we're gonna get in before this thing falls down.
Check your phone for a
There you
date.
go.
I'll be waiting up there.
So
Alright,
then you're gonna tell me what your big
So-
secret plan is?
Soon enough, Danny.
Attention, unidentified pilots.
that's one of the. We need to destroy 4 of those, if I remember correctly. Very good parking space. Yeah, it's very handy. Yeah, and this thing is so small and nimble that you can park it basically anywhere. It's like the size of a bicycle. It's crazy. It's so OP, and these machine guns are also really good at destroying vehicles because they're like kind of explosive. There's another one over here. There we go. Now we'll proceed. Down here is the factory that we need to go to for a weapon of choice. So we're just going to do that. And in another mission called the Deported, we need to destroy these fuel silos.
Things here.
Like this one. We need to destroy a bunch of those for the last mission of this region. And this is yet another... we also destroy all those while we're here in the buzzer, because it's just the most efficient way of doing it. Because they're all like right next to us right here. They're a little ways away from where we are right now. So it makes a lot of sense to do it from the buzzer.
Overloading the base and pressure at the plant. I can now...
That's yet another
Do what, Elena?
strategy found by Chief back in the day.
It's connected.
Give me a minute. I'm scanning for extra...
I say back in the day, but the game is not even 1.5 years old.
Windows update. I thought I needed...
While like some of the Far Cry games, like Far Cry 3 it's just had its 10-year anniversary, so this is a very new game still, honestly,
Stop.
Hey, back.
all things considered.
You really want to do the martyr thing just to stop one part of my business? I'll rebuild. And by the way, you're causing a huge environmental disaster.
Like how the
You kids love the
government
environment. You're all
has
gonna
contemporary
die.
tech in
Why
common,
don't you
people like all
volunteer for
rule
this?
and
It's a
DIY from
suicide
scratch.
mission written
Oh yeah,
by
for sure. It's a they call it resolver in the game, so it's basically just crafting whatever you have laying around. You can turn it into a weapon, a Molotov, a vehicle, a flying helicopter made from like a lawnmower engine or whatever. Whatever you have, turn it into a weapon against the regime.
De pinga.
That's the whole premise of the game, you know. Blowing up red paint plants.
Once they took
Yeah.
action, his plan was to take down Santos. Lobo would have undone everything we fought for. Instead of peace, he would have started a civil war.
So now we hacked this computer down here, and now we're locked in here, so we need to escape in a moment. Or at least we need to find a way out.
Why are you telling me this?
Because you remind me
I just blow up this poison here so I can stand up against the wall.
of a hero now.
But that's the way I need to go in a moment.
I think you would never betray Yara. But once you're on the throne, it will change you.
I have no desire to rule Yara, Lucky.
Just know that if I must,
So Lucky Mama is coming to blow up this wall, and we need to stand back to not be blown up with it. So I'm gonna stand back And there we go. Beautiful. And I took 0 damage, logically. Alrighty, so now we just escape from this plant that is self-destructing at the moment.
Oh man, I thought you were dead. This shit has been really entertaining to watch. Seriously.
So now there's 2 helicopters here, we're just gonna use some EMP to... I'll use the Supremo on one of them, and I'll use the EMP arrows on the other one, just to daze and confuse him a little bit. We're gonna run over here to our buzzer here, and escape. Now this thing is really small, so he can't really see us. There you go. Alrighty, so now we're gonna fly over here to destroy all of these fuel silos, as you can see, over in the distance. They're a bit out of range.
I'm out.
Danny, I want you to know I had no idea the fact
We're also gonna destroy an anti-aircraft gun over here with the dynamite
You did what you had
while
to.
we're here. This is only to help us like travel around more easily and to airdrop. I also have fire bullets in this pistol, which also is very good at destroying these things.
If it makes you feel any better, Clara would have done the same thing. You're more alike than you think.
How about the fact that we just completely destroyed Castillo's ability to make chemical weapons? This is a huge blow to the regime.
So they can't make any more of the bombs they dropped on us at the hotel.
All that's left is what was made before.
Alright, and these are the
Always
final
another
2
target.
ones.
If you don't mind, gonna just enjoy breathing for a minute.
There you go. And that's all the fuel silos we need to destroy. So now we're gonna reload checkpoint again to allow us to fast travel away. I'm gonna airdrop here. Cabo means corporal. I don't know. I don't speak Spanish. Beautiful. Now we are airdropping to the final
Elena.
part of surgical strike.
Should I take out the rest of the jammers?
Yes, the more you fuck with them, the faster my download speed will be.
Faster download means more TV shows you can stream?
No, a faster download means I can better help you with any operations where hacking is needed.
Oh yeah, I need to get in here to get ready to hit the button.
More TV shows.
I knew it. I'll see what I can do about taking out the rest of the jammers. Lucky, I'm at the
There you go.
plant. Everyone's shitting
So
themselves.
Yelena can commence the hack.
Yelena, it's Danny. I've
All
plugged
she needs
you
is a
in.
gigabyte of RAM,
Time to do your
and I
thing.
need to. Apparently, I know the password to every PC in Yara. Maybe the regime wouldn't be toppled in 4 hours if people had a stronger password policy. But I'm just, what do I know?
Don't rush me.
Right, I think we're not gonna reload checkpoint here. I killed almost all of them now.
Basin has an overflow control switch. Flip the switches and...
And kaboom.
Yeah. But there's going to be some time between flipping...
So here we need to flip these 4 switches, and then it'll take some time, and then they'll blow up. So we kind of have to defend them while they're like ticking, because if someone runs up to them and flicks the switch back, then I'll have to start over. So I'm gonna start 3 of these now, and then I'll kill the I can see on the map where all the soldiers are. So let's kill this guy. What's the last one? Alright, so now I'm gonna go and activate the last one. They're pretty far away from my from the switches at the moment, so I can activate the 4th one quite comfortably. That's the far one that just blew up.
3 more basins to go.
Music to my ears.
Alright, and
Senior McKay, who's the fucking manager here?
2
Call me
left.
pronto. I need to know what the hell's going on.
Reinforcements are inbound.
Cool.
Someone get on the horn.
Alright, and last one is down there.
Now! I'm the one paying your fucking salary. Readings I'm getting are off the charts. Why is nobody calling me? Call me the fuck now or your asses are fired!
You're a big fan of the head clicking in this run, thank you. I put a lot of work into it. It feels very rewarding, you know, it's a very basic thing, but yeah. Alright, so now I'm gonna reload checkpoint here to speed up this, I have to wait for the door to that big building to open to get in, and then finish the mission. There you go.
Glad you could make it to the party.
You people better be busy fixing this. If it's those damn liver cards, I want your soldados to mop the floor with them.
There you go, that's 12.
Less motherfuckers! You wait, backpack! Pulling your health and dental to the rest of the on that poison!
Nice, that's actually gold. Alright, so now I'm just gonna reload checkpoint here, and I'm gonna go and start the Matanzas region actually. Here. The reason I'll do this now is because I'm gonna get a radio call that's gonna be kind of in the way of this next mission. I'm gonna get the radio call to start Death Drop, which is right over here.
Danny, you hit enough of
But if I fast travel here, the radio call won't happen.
Go to the port right now. It's time to put a fucking end to colonialism on our island, once and for all.
And make that Yankee paper what he's done.
I ordered all the gates.
Extremely important computer networks having a garbage password is not realistic. Yeah, exactly. You're only as strong as your weakest link in that situation. I've seen important business networks down because some ass in marketing clicked the phishing link. Yeah, I mean that's also the thing. Like if your system can be brought down by one person, one engineer, might have to take a look at your system. But yeah, now we're going to where the Matanzas live, which is over here. They're currently captured, so we're gonna free them so that they might want to fight for us.
I know that song.
There it is. Kill them from the buzzer here. So.
That's the last of them.
Oh, she's freed.
Get me down from here, okay? You gonna cut me down or what, carajo?
Everybody! Soldados are gone! Come on out!
So in this camp, you can find the gator mask, or I don't know if they call it a hat or a mask. Is that where you grab it from this camp?
Yeah, exactly. Yes, you grab the croc head here for a later mission.
That's right.
Way towards the end of the run. Pretty handy. You have to wait for this radio call here, so it's a good time to do it. To run over here and grab this thing.
Yeah. So by doing this, it's cutting off part of the intended. One of the stops you'd have to make. The intended route gives you the icons to follow for one of the missions, and you can just skip over the one because you have this croc head already.
Yeah, you're supposed to go to like a crocodile farm to find it, I think.
Yeah.
You also need a circuit board later on in the run for that mission. But yeah, we'll get to that in a moment.
Danny, Talia.
So now you want to talk to me?
No, I want to see you. Meet me at the Zuba La Batidora. The ride that whips you around.
I've been doing all the talking. Do you wanna explain this one?
Just get that ass over here. And don't tell Paolo.
I'll let you take it.
Shit.
Got it.
So much money flows through this one place.
Guys. The momentum is shifting. If you don't make a stand against
Partially because I forget.
Oh, that's fair enough. So here we need to go and get McKay, who's like an evil corporate guy. Who's helping the Castillo money machine sell the drugs and everything. So he's he's been on this. He's on this port right now. He's sailing away on one of these boats. It's not this one. It's that one out there. So we're gonna get to that in a moment. Also, there's a bunch of PD-240 tanks on that boat, as well as in that office up there. So all of that helps with Clear the Air, which is the Carlos Montero mission that I talked about earlier. So I'm already like 50% done with that mission, and I haven't even touched the plantation. So now I'm gonna sail out to this boat out here.
He's a dead man.
He wasn't. McKay's on the one farther out.
You sure this time?
This intel comes from one of Gilberto's people. She's on that ship and has a visual on him.
On my way.
Gilberto will get on the line. Hola, honey. I have
So Gilberto is like the spy master of the La Moral, which is one of the factions in El Este. So here we're just gonna shoot the gun at this entrance there, and that's beautiful. Oh, I kind of got stuck on the. I can't get up the ladder now, so I'll take this one instead. Yeah, just shoot the hole and then ram your jet ski in there, and then you'll get right on in there. Hang on. Just put on the fast boy pants here.
You made a good effort out there, team, but it's over. Time's up.
I made it.
Coming second place in the Civil War is not that bad. I mean, seriously, it's been a good run, boys. Now, if you
And up here is McKay. Now we have a choice of killing him
We're gonna
or
think long and hard about it.
yeah, for sure. I took the decision to let him live there because it's gonna give us 5,000 pesos if we let him live, and I can use that money to buy the remaining hideouts that I need for the rest of the speedrun. So doesn't really like lose any time to let him live or kill him either way. If you kill him, you get like a piece of clothing, but that's not really useful for the speedrun. So letting him live is useful. And that's El Este, and that's the eastern region completed now. Oh, wait, we need to get out first.
Here. Now where is this party at? Batter up.
There we go. Now we are going to fast travel to. Oh, we're gonna reload checkpoint first, apparently. Gonna fast travel to Patriota's Peak, which is the Legends camp, which is where I have all the hideouts upgraded. So that's where I can buy the last hideouts. So we're gonna go up here. And let's buy this from him.
Hola.
Now, we're moving on to Valle de Oro. There it is. Gonna do balanced books here. Now, back when Chief was running this game, he actually used a pretty cool strategy for this mission. He would airdrop to this church down here where we need to meet Bembe. And after that, we need to go to a hotel that's like way over there. So Chief would actually use that grapple trick I spoke about earlier to like launch himself into the air and then wingsuit to the hotel. But I can't do that anymore because they patched it. So I found us it's still a decent route because it's you're waiting for some radio calls anyways. So
I need to help Paolo pay off a debt to some black market smuggler named Bembe.
there we go. In here is Bembe and we're moving. The Chief would use this grapple up here to like launch himself into the sky and fly to the hotel, but I need to run there, sadly, because I'm playing on current patch.
Imagine what he could do for Libertad when he decides to fight.
Understood, Clara.
It would be really cool if you could somehow downpatch the game in a legitimate fashion, because
Where are they?
or patch 1.0 or 1.1 was like really cool for speedrunning. There's so many things that they, you know, made worse, and honestly.
You're too kind.
They say kindness is the lowest form of manipulation.
But now we're just doing it on the current patch.
Paolo will thank you.
I don't want Paulo's thanks. I want Paulo's debt cleared.
We all do, Rojas. Me most of all.
Right.
So yeah, I'm gonna run down to this pier here, and I'm gonna spawn a buzzer because, as is clearly evident, this is a boat.
Love you, Rojas. Bye-bye.
So I can spawn it at the dockside pickup, and then I can fly right over to this hotel down here. Over here.
Identify yourself immediately.
Perfect.
Go. And here I need to pick up this key, which opens a safe at the next location. So I'm gonna kill a couple of these fumigators because they give me progress to clear the air. I don't really care about the rest of them. Now I need to wait for these radio calls to finish up before I can continue.
So you've got my key.
See, I found it on your dead Russian friend.
Now, Rojas. The key opens a safe at Via Judia Hotel. I need the black book inside.
What's in that book?
For you? Paolo's freedom.
There we go. So now I'm gonna reload checkpoint again to be able to fast travel because everyone's angry with me. If you're in combat, you can't fast travel. That's why I'm doing that all the time. I'm gonna go and accept death drop now, because after I accept death drop, there's a really long radio call that you can't really avoid. So it makes sense to start death drop at a time where you have to go to this island and take a boat or a buzzer, which is now. There we go. I'm gonna grab this buzzer here. I'm not able to fast travel at this moment, but I can, you know, grab a buzzer and fly away. And I have to go here anyways for this balance the book. So this is the best moment to start death drop. And this is pretty carefully planned out because you're not able to start death drop until like you have to complete a certain amount of story missions to get death drop in the first place. So you want to, you know, be here at the right time in the run.
Going to tell me.
Fucking drug lords want to stash their cash in American real estate so they can launder it. $50 million deal, Danny.
It's all connected. So I'm gonna destroy some poison over here. Oh, there's a bunch of poison here, which helps a lot with clear the air. And I'm just gonna jump out and wingsuit down to this hotel here. I'm gonna kill everyone. First of all, I have to kill all the enemies, and then I need to grab key. Okay, that's not ideal because now they're probably a little bit pissed off. But it looks like it's okay. They don't really know what's going on, so they're just standing still.
Have to be careful.
Oh. Here and another one somewhere. We'll get him in a moment.
Safe's in the restaurant.
So I just grabbed a key that opens the safe. I'm not sure what the key I picked up earlier does, actually. Maybe I need to figure that out. Because I picked up a key on that Russian guy who was dead in the pool earlier.
Can you explain the importance of reading that note?
Yeah, so reading that note does absolutely nothing, and there was a misclick. And that's always, you know, that's always a good idea for a speedrun. Just make sure to do a bunch of unnecessary stuff.
It's good to know what's going on.
Yeah, that note told me a bunch of lore about Bembe or something. So, for the quick readers, you learned something new today.
I don't have to prove anything to you. Tell me where to meet you.
I'm across the north bridge of the hotel.
¿Qué tal, Rojas? Thank you for securing my new port. Gracias.
Alright, so once again, I am holding E to, like, revive this guy instantly. When I kill him, so that I can, because I need to talk to him. To start the next mission called Precious Cargo. So
You here to pick up Paulo's slack? We got a lot to do here.
What was I gonna say? Yeah, so that buffering trick, if you were watching Meta's run earlier, and he was playing Blood Dragon, he actually does the same trick with interacting with things. Like if you hold E for a little while, it'll like interact instantly, so you don't have to hold it for half a second. And the same trick is also in Far Cry 3 and 4. There's like a lot of games where you can like hold E to interact beforehand. It's kind of weird that it seems like a bug, but it's like present in some of the games and not others. I don't really know. So yeah, now we just need to rescue some hostages down here. 3, 1, 2, 3, and then there's 2 more over here.
Why is it everywhere you send me, I find trouble?
Speculation is a waste of time, and time is money. Take matters into your own hands, Rojas, and fast.
So I always like to rescue this guy last, because he's the one who gives me the papers to progress the mission. If I rescue him and then kill the last enemies, he'll be like hiding and scared. So
Bembe, I got your...
killing and reviving someone's a good way to skip dialogue or generating more dialogue. That's true. Yeah. You need dialogue to progress, but you don't want too much dialogue. You only want the important stuff. That's just that note I read earlier. So now we need to drive some people down to a port, sail them out of the country. Bembe is a human trafficker. It's kind of a piece of shit, to be honest. But I think Paulo, who's part of the Matanzas, he has some debt with Bembe, so we need to help Paulo clear his debt. And then Paulo might help us a little bit. Now we're just driving down to the port down here. Uh-oh.
We're poisoned up in flames. Bet Carlos would love to see this.
That's pretty cool, actually. There was a PG-240 truck right there. That helps with the mission. Clear the skies.
Remember to hit those crop duster planes. Expensive as hell and you're...
Ready.
Babe.
Bembe better be here.
So now we just have to drive to the end of this. Here? Come on. You kidding me?
Carlos, it's done.
So because this idiot ran into the fucking road while the truck was driving down, everyone is now angry and I need to kill them. I tried to avoid the violent option. I just want to put that out there. That was not my fault. Alright, so now I actually completed Clear the Air. Which is pretty cool. Like, I'm nowhere near that area, but I completed the mission anyways. Alrighty. Perfect. And now we get a radio call with Paulo.
Paulo, good news. Bembe's off your back. That was one hell of a debt you owed.
Gracias, Danny. We keep this between us. Talia hates everything Bembe represents. I owe you one, but Talia and I are still getting off this island.
Righty. Next up is Hype Bomb, which is also a pretty cool mission. In this mission we have to graffiti a bunch of billboards and plant some flyer bombs. This is another mission where Chief had a pretty cool strategy involving the grapple trick, but I've had to find a different way of doing it now because that trick obviously doesn't work anymore, like we talked about. Because at the end of the mission, you have to get up on top of this crane up here, and it takes quite a while to climb up there the intended way. But using the grapple trick just like launches you way up in the sky. And you can wing shoot over there.
Hey, bicho. I'm at Segunda.
Righty. So I'll park the bus up there because that's right next to the last billboard that or second to last billboard. No, it is the last billboard I'll do. Up there, and then I can just fly straight to the rain. Oh, so that's one. That's two.
Ooh, looks good.
This one is the third one. There's a bunch of these all over the town, but you know, this is the fastest route that we've found.
Bicho, going pretty good.
Oh, I missed
so
that
far.
one. Whoops.
Nice logo.
Just keep those edges clean, okay?
I got it, bicho.
Like, keep your wrist loose, okay? Smooth strokes.
And now there's 3 more close together over here.
Love you.
I think I might have a career here.
Pretty good tagging skill, thank you. Yeah, I'm pretty good at like covering the entire billboard by just graffitiing one small area. There you go.
I'm good. One more. If I take off here, they'll shoot me down. Bicho, I'm done.
Alright, so now I'm gonna go up here. I'm gonna just jump out midair so I can parachute down to the crane. Because I can't really land there. It's 1 and 2 and 3. So I replaced these banners. We're just doing some propaganda work right now to, like, you know, he's gonna unveil this banner like he just mentioned. And we just replaced the banner with some Libertad stuff. And I think it's her face that's like been covered with clown makeup or something. And I just reloaded checkpoint to skip the radio call and on-aggro the helicopter. So that I can finish this mission right away. Not as good as the Jet Set Radio Rider, though they're on another level. I'm not sure what that is. I should stop jumping because that'll delay this radio call actually. It's kind of stupid. I'm waiting on... I can't do anything until this radio call plays. That's coming in a moment. So I just have to wait for it. I think I might have delayed it by jumping around. That's kind of silly. Dum-de-dum. Thank you. Beautiful.
Okay?
Right.
You're on the air?
No, but we are so close I can taste it. Come to my ranch.
Why?
Because I'm there. Isn't that reason enough?
Alright, there we go. Now, proceeding. We're gonna go and do Radio Libertad. Where we need to...
Hey, that's some info.
We need to fire up a couple of radio towers that have been turned off or something. Or is being jammed. To help spread Radio Libertad, which is Bicho's radio station. Bicho's the producer in the trio of Maximus Matanzas. They're like a music band or a rap group, and Bicho is the producer. And DJ. Aoi. Yeah, that's also why I have this scroungy pants. It doesn't even have to be enemies shooting me. Oh, the air gun is damaging. It can be myself just flying into stuff all the time. There we go. So in the vanilla speedrun, we get a pretty good weapon in this mission. We get the hi-fi, which is a which is a rifle that shoots explosive bullets. But of course, I have everything unlocked already, so I can just use my own rifle and put explosive bullets in it.
Danny! Did I ever tell you I love you, Danny?
Oh yeah, and another pretty big thing that changed from when Chief was running to now is that I can change my ammo type at any point while I'm running around. Like if I press V, I'll switch to a different ammo type. But when the game was released, you had to like go to a workbench to change ammo types. So you had to like commit to a certain ammo type in a certain gun.
Antenna's powered up.
So you have a lot more freedom now.
2 more to go.
To like, you know, whatever ammo. Yeah, you don't have to like switch weapons or anything to switch ammo. But I have a feeling they're about done with Far Cry 6, like making changes to it.
Okay, Picho. What did
Hopefully
you
they're working on a new Far Cry game. We'll see, who knows.
Picho, I'm at the apartments.
We only have 9 of them after all. All PC, that's even more for console. So we're not even in double digits yet. Yeah, right now we're just restoring the radio network, and there's an anti-aircraft gun over here that I like to take out on the way here, because that lets us airdrop from a hideout that's normally not airdroppable. Now the final radio tower is up here. Can't I just land like here?
See, I'm near the tower by Cafe Taza. ¿Por qué? You sound stressed.
My buddy knows this guy who sells calling cards on the corner.
That's actually... Why didn't I think of this before? I normally land down on the rock down there, but this is like way faster.
Getting cold feet?
Except I might kill myself. Yeah, I'm dead. Bro. Stop. Okay, yeah. Okay, so I immediately was punished for my transgressions there, so that's why I don't improvise in a live speedrun. It was a good idea, though. It was a good idea. But now I don't have my buzzer. So, that's stupid.
See, I'm near the tower by Cafe Taza. ¿Por qué? You sound stressed.
Can I get up, please? Alright, plan B. This is why we do it from down here, because otherwise you just get killed by falling down somehow. So we normally park down by that rock, climb up, and then jump down to the buzzer safely.
Okay. It's just graffiti. That will boost the signal.
There's a quad here. We'll take that. Now that my buzzer is no longer with us.
I thought you would wingsuit.
Yeah, but then I would be down. That's probably. Where even am I? I need to go down here. Yeah, that might have made more sense. And I wouldn't have a vehicle. I could have just called for one, I guess. This way.
Bicho? Hello? Binga.
Oh god. So now we need to go to this relay station over here and turn it off, destroy it. Because that's what's blocking all of Bicho's stuff. Oh. So that probably cost like 2 minutes or something. losing the buzzer there. But it's okay.
Jammers have to go.
Switch loadout now, because I won't be needing the oh, don't kill me. Alright, there you go. Or we just have to climb this tower here. And then flip the switch up the top.
Gotta flip the switch on the amplifier.
There we go. What's this helicopter? Oh, there it is. up above me. Oh god. Oh god. That could have gone very badly. I was a little bit lucky that I didn't kill myself again there.
Oh, it's green. Hola, Yara. Welcome to Radio Libertad.
So you can spend this time destroying a few billboards. You need to destroy some Maria Marquesa billboards for a later mission, so you can do that beforehand. And this is a pretty good chance to do that. There's a couple of them close by. There's one down here as well. There you go. Alright, now we're gonna reload checkpoint because this will allow us to fast travel sooner. Well, the mission is technically completed, so we can start airdropping to break the chains. The next mission. While this mission is like winding off, or finishing, I guess.
Danny, did you hear me? Did you? Did I sound good?
Yeah, it's old school, but
So here we're supposed to like rescue a bunch of hostages in this zoo down here. There's 7 total that we're supposed to rescue, but you only really need to rescue 4 of them.
Enjoy the moment, Bicho.
So, in the name of speed, I do tend to sacrifice 2 of them for the greater good. So, I will rescue these 3 first. There you go. Wait, oh come on now.
Get moving. Go.
Right, that was Radio Libertad I just finished while I was doing this. Oh. Alright, I'm gonna rescue these 2. There we go, that's 5. And yeah, then I'll kill these last 2. There you go.
And you're killing them for the greater good?
Yes, precisely.
And the greater good being saving time?
Yeah, exactly. We're a bit behind schedule. So, that's the greater good I'm talking about.
Okay.
So they have to, you know, give up their lives, sadly, but... I'm just... Don't shoot the messenger, or whatever.
You mean don't shoot the shooter?
Yeah. I'm just doing the will of God right now.
Oh, well...
Our Lord and Savior, evil dictator Haley Williams.
Finga. Dahlia. I
Hup,
did what
hup,
I could,
hup.
but I didn't save them all.
Then we show Yara what Castillo was doing here, so they see why we can't sit silent.
Security cameras are all over this place.
Alright, so yeah, to avenge all of the fallen hostages, prisoners, right now we're downloading some video footage. So I just have to wait for that to finish.
The download isn't finished.
Lock them up. We need that footage.
They don't even know where I am. They're like, they don't know what's going on, really. There's usually a helicopter that comes at some point. There he is. There's quite a few of these like waiting missions in the game. That's not too bad. There is one that stands above them all as being absolutely horrible, which we will get to in probably like 20 minutes, I think. Where it's literally waiting 2.5 minutes, and then we press a button, and then we wait another 2.5 minutes, and that's the mission. We can't do... or I should say, we haven't found a way to speed it up yet. So, that's one of the longest missions in the game. It's just waiting. It's a great time for a bathroom break, though. It's right in the middle of my route. Alright, so I think we killed everyone. There's no more people coming, so we can't leave. We can't run out of the zoo too quickly, because then the hacking will just stop. But we have to finish the mission out by that statue out there. So big Anton statue. Just wait patiently. There we go.
Finally, done.
I just wait for the rig.
It's clear down here, and I got the footage.
It looks like he has a giant wedgie.
Yeah, that doesn't look very comfortable now.
Just do your thing,
He needs to clean himself up a little bit.
This is worth it.
Shitty Anton statue, literally. Alright. Chains. So again, there's a radio call that's gonna play now, so we need to reload checkpoint to skip this. We'll fast travel to Camp Maximus to start the next mission called Re-Education. And it's a decent mission because it's a mission that actually requires your... it's dependent on how quickly you can kill the enemies, more or less. And how quickly you can run, but mostly it's based on the combat. So we need to go and help Matthias, who is a doctor friend of Talia. He's currently under siege in this this school for the lost, I think it's called, which is just a re-education camp. We need to go and kill a bunch of soldiers to save his life. So, I'm gonna jump right in here and go and talk with him. So. Right, so he needs a trauma kit now to help this that guy who was dying on that table. So we're gonna run over here and get it real quick.
No, listen to me. The army is here. There's going to be a fight.
Then get in there and get Matthias out before the army storms the place. That's what guerrillas are about and shit.
Couple of enemies here that we're gonna kill, because otherwise they'll be part of the next part of the mission, so to speak. Oh, come on now. Thank you. We'll have to kill them at some point, so we might as well do it while we're right here. Now we got the kit, now we can just run right back to... Yes.
Where's that kit?
On my way.
As soon as we drop this off, now the killing commences. So there's a bunch of enemies out here. This is like the first wave. Gonna kill them real quick.
Nobody gets close. Nadie.
There you go. There's a couple more down on the ground. Luckily, this is on story mode, so I can see where they're like kind of running to. Where did he go? Oh, she's out there. Okay. There you go. So I always like to shoot an EMP arrow on moving vehicles, because, or at least cars, because there's a good chance they like ram into a wall and kill themselves, which means I don't have to spend the time doing that.
Pastor's got a back barricade! Rear exit is open!
Don't stop!
West side guerrilla! Stop them!
Bro. There you go. We got him. One shot. That's the last of the enemies on this side. And last guy, there you go. And finally, there's a helicopter. We're just gonna grapple up here so we can get a better shot at him. I like to use my Supremo for this one. Hopefully, yeah, there you go, it locked on. And that's it. That's the mission. Very nice. Next mission is always also dependent on how quickly you can kill everyone. For a while, I thought it wasn't. It was just on a timer. Basically, they're gonna make a concert at Maria Marquez's house, and I need to protect them. And I thought I just had to wait for the entire concert to finish, but apparently it finishes prematurely if you kill everyone first.
If we break more chains, so Marquesa and Castillo that they can't keep us down, maybe I'll consider Libertad. Maybe.
Anyway. So I will just fast travel to Aunt Maximus once more.
You here to pick up Paulo's slack? We got a lot to do here.
Just one.
Go and I will airdrop to Maria Marquez's house. Now this hideout that I just airdropped to, you have to destroy an anti-aircraft gun to be able to airdrop to it. So that's the one I killed or destroyed during Radio Libertad.
Okay.
So yeah, first of all I have to clear out all the enemies here. So I'm just gonna land down here first to get the guys by the pool.
I'll take care of any guards I find.
So. And now I like to climb the vine here to get on the roof, because there's also snipers up top. Those two soldiers by the pool are pretty hard to get from the roof, so I like to just get them on the ground first and then climb up. So. And the last guy is over here. I think they're each coming up here. Yeah, there you go. Alrighty. Now we just have to wait for Bicho to call us, and he's gonna drive. He's supposed to drive all the way down here and then park his truck here, but I like to kill him up here to get him out of this truck and then just talk with him there instead of waiting for him to come all the way down here. There we go. It's more consistent, and the thing is a little bit faster. And just, again, hold E to revive him instantly. Oh, don't run that way. That's the wrong way, dude. There you go. So now we're going to talk to him, and after that, we can go and interact with the concert equipment.
Make or break. Or just...
It never gets old abusing the NPCs.
Yeah, it's lovely. It's always fun to like down them. Give along the audio. So that was the first one. I need to hit another. This is how you do tech support, by the way. Just slam everything until it turns on. Same up here. Just use your fisticuffs, percussive maintenance, and voila.
Yeah, programming works in a similar fashion. Just yell at your computer until it does what you want it to.
Yeah, smack the keyboard until something happens.
Throw in a little bit of verbal humiliation.
Yes. So I'm gonna reload checkpoint here because the mission has a tendency to break when I'm going as quickly as I am. If I don't reload checkpoint here. So, yeah. The enemies are gonna come in a bunch of waves, and we need to kill them all. About 6, I think there's 68 enemies total that we need to kill.
Won't let that happen.
Are you sure there's
Did a
not
bunch of
69?
Sadly, no. I did a bunch of testing to figure out like what exactly. Or like I noticed there was a discrepancy between some runs in this mission, and I couldn't figure out what it was. So or at least I noticed that the mission. I checked out a couple of runs, and this mission would end at different times in the different runs, and I couldn't figure out why. But it was because some runs all the enemies died quicker. So I counted up like how many enemies do you have to kill, and it's always 68 total. You're gonna thank you. Not that I'm counting them, I'm just, killing until there's no one left. And the red dot sight is immensely useful for this, compared to iron sights.
Danny, those come mierdas got a tank.
And you can see at the minimap they like spawn whenever I kill a wave, a new wave spawns. So I'm just gonna. And also this outline is insanely useful for this mission. As you might have noticed, there's like a glowing orange outline around everyone, so that makes it 10 times easier to hit headshots. So that's like honestly the best advice I can give for this speedrun. Turn that on. Because there's quite a few missions that require some precise aiming. And if it's like nighttime, it's impossible to see the enemies without that on. At least it makes it harder. We don't do it because it's hard, we do it because it's easy. Shout out to John F. Kennedy. Alright. They will stop spawning eventually. Hopefully, because I'm running a bit low on ammo here.
We murdered it! Best show ever! Wait, Dahlia's at the mic again?
¿Qué?
Encore!
Alright, backup gun here. Thank you. Last guy is just hiding here. There you go. That's all. I'm gonna grab these billboards again because we need to destroy 4 of them total for Firebrand, which is the next mission, I believe. So
Fuck yeah.
I don't recall if I actually destroyed 4 billboards. I think I've only destroyed 3 at this point.
I think I saw 4 because you destroyed 2 in the previous the radio libertard. Was that the one?
Oh yeah, you're right, yeah. So I have 4 total now, so that's good. Yes, overkill. Armor piercing bullets will like do collaterals if they're lined up. I think I'm gonna pick this up for a weekend playthrough. It's a lot of fun. The casual the game is fun in and of itself, I think. Righty. Now,
Make that bitch pay.
I'm gonna reload checkpoint again for this one. There's a lot of reloading checkpoints in this game. There's about 56 missions. That's generally a lot of things. It's over 4 hours long after all. So, pistol has pretty impressive range. Yeah, that's true. It's a...
Hey, come here.
Generally, you're not gonna you don't need snipers in this game because the range is not a problem at all. The I'm never in combat that the MS-16 with red dot scope can't handle.
Sounds
So
like you got a head start.
it's very rare that you're gonna be needing like a 4x scope. I mean, it helps, but then you don't have the red dot for close quarters combat or medium range combat.
Clara.
I saw the broadcast go dark. What happened?
Right, so now we're gonna do Firebrand, like I mentioned. So we need to go and destroy some. We need to go and destroy some more billboards, and we need to attack Maria's rum factory. So
I'll try my best, Clara.
that's what we're gonna do.
Talia, see if I can help them work out their creative differences.
I trust you, Danny.
So we're gonna take out an anti-aircraft gun over here on the way. So I'll just switch the loadouts real quick to my repair loadout. There you go.
Just another reason to take them out.
Beautiful.
Her propaganda bullshit since
So the reason the AA gun is not shooting me is because I'm like flying low to the ground, so then he can't get a shot on me. If I'm high up, he'll start shooting me, and then he'll blow me up in 3 or 4 shots normally.
just another reason to
Right,
take
so there's 2 billboards over here,
propaganda bullshit since
and
Castillo took over.
truck, which is all we need for the mission.
Maria's rum factory. Time to make some noise. Adios to shitty rum.
There you go.
Maria's going to get the message now.
All good. And now there's a bunch of rum in these red crates, so we're just gonna shoot them up.
Wish you could see Marquesa's face on fire.
Jealous. What about her rum factory? You hit that yet?
Going to take it out now.
Smash it up, Danny.
That was for you, Talia.
And one more. There it is. Beautiful. Alrighty. That was the rum factory. Finally, we have to go and blow up a statue of Anton.
Rum is out of business.
She's going to be shitting her diamond-encrusted panties.
Oh, there's an image.
Let's think bigger, no?
Which the buzzer can do everything, including blow up statues of Anton. So it's right there. We just need to get in range, and then we're gonna unload on him.
It's as good as gone, Talia.
There's Torre de Leon right there. That's his house. Pretty cool.
Ooh, that ought to be expensive.
Up goes the weasel. Beautiful.
Talia, it's done.
Good. It's going to cost that bitch millions to get all that back.
Now you just need to wait for this radio call to finish, and then we can proceed.
Can't bring back what I lost. But that's okay, because we're just getting fucking started.
Oh, Firebrand completed. Next up is Bottle episode, where we need to go and stop Bicho from being a sad mess. He's currently drinking a lot. Alright, so we're gonna steal some... Actually, we're not gonna stop him from drinking, we're gonna drink with him. We're gonna go and steal some booze from the soldiers now. Then we're gonna go back to him. And we're gonna get shit-faced.
These tears? No mames, güey.
He's sad because Talia and Paolo have like split up because they're angry at each other, so he's sad. Sad boy hours. So now here's actually a pretty cool trick. I stumbled upon it on accident, but apparently Chief did it as well in his run. So if you kill Bicho here, you skip like a whole segment of this mission. For some reason. It just skips to the next part.
That's better, bicho. Where are you?
Right, so now I'm gonna walk up here to grab a car, because everyone knows that drunk driving is the fastest way of getting around.
Oh shit. Phone.
Danny?
Hey, where are you, man?
Danny!
Here we go.
Oh, you don't call for a car here?
No, I don't, because I tried that once actually, and this would be the first time in the run that I call for a ride, and then Juan calls me to give me the mission with Yami's Chop Shop, and that will softlock this mission. So I have to like reload checkpoints. So, bro, bad dog.
That was a bunch of bull.
Yeah, that was bull right there. So yeah, if I call a car and get in, then one will call me, and that'll just like ruin this mission, and yeah. And it actually doesn't. It's not like fast or anything. You still have to wait for Beecher to spawn. So taking that car actually takes the same amount of time.
Yeah,
Luckily, there's a car right there.
She makes you
Because
get up at, like,
your strategy was yeah,
and
also
do
pretty cool
push-ups.
with calling the car to drive there.
I like to shoot this person's right. Yeah, you were about to do it.
Understandable, yeah. I normally run over and turn it off, but that also works.
And if you puke,
He didn't like that, I
they
think.
make you do math.
Okay, so this is the part of the run that's really long because there's over 700 of these that we have to
Yeah.
paint over.
769 billboards, so strap yourselves in, guys. This is why the run is over 4 hours long. The rest of the game is basically graffitiing these billboards. So that's 1 out of 769, and we'll do this next one over here.
Okay, that's every single one.
I'm just kidding, that's the last one.
Like at least 100. Nice. Drink.
It's actually been a worrying amount of people who have just turned off the game at this point, because they saw they had to graffiti 769 billboards.
Then bicho.
Getting trolled by the devs.
I think it's time.
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
Some real guerrilla shit.
Not gonna lie, out of all the Far Cry's I've played, Far Cry 6 isn't great. I don't know. I think this isn't the worst Far Cry that I've played. It's really hard to like to say which one is the worst. I actually like this speed run more than some. I just need to destroy this office like so. The game is also decent. Like the gameplay, it feels pretty good. The story is pretty trash, I'll give you that. But most of the Far Cry games have a pretty meh story. Like
Then let's get out of here.
There's a lot of
characters
fun
aren't
to be
great.
had with this game.
Yeah, the game is
It's
good.
pretty.
If you just completely ignore the story and the characters, the game is decent.
It's not fair, man.
But they dropped the ball in a lot of areas just trying to be different.
Sure, yeah. They tried to do too much. It's a box-ticking exercise in many ways. Oh, I can fast travel here? That's normally not the case. I normally have to reload checkpoints. Cool.
It's too good to be true. Something bad's gonna happen.
Yeah, just softlock the game, probably.
Let's see.
They're currently getting alerts at Ubisoft that somebody fast traveled when they actually wanted to. So
Yeah. Someone accidentally had fun while using the fast travel mechanic. Something's gonna go wrong later on now. Far Cry and story on my side, yes. They're not exactly storytelling masterpieces, but they're great video games.
Paolo's gone. Bicho's a crying mess. And
It's
Talia's
about
just
the
fucking chaos.
some of the parts. There's plenty of games that just focus on the story, and this definitely isn't one of them.
yeah, Gazera, you definitely need to go back to Primal. Primal is the greatest Far Cry game.
Does
It's
it have
also
good story
it's
as well?
also the first Far Cry game. Many people don't know that, but Primal is the first Far Cry.
True. happened like 12,000 years ago.
Yeah.
Basically. Right. So
The game
this
was
mission,
invented before computers.
Yeah. That's this mission. I have to sneak into this presentation that Maria is having at the Botanical Gardens of Yara over here. And to do that, I needed to steal press passes, so I just wingsuited into her studio, stole them, and then reloaded checkpoint. And now I'm wingsuiting to the gardens.
And this is by far the most exciting part of the run. So strap in.
Yeah, this is about to go balls to the wall.
I mean, are you focused? Are you ready for this part?
I don't think I'm ready for this.
I think you need to hydrate.
Yeah, good call. There we go. Alright. Here we go. So, I like to reload checkpoint here because I've had it happen several times that Maria just stands still halfway through the presentation and then she just doesn't move and you have to reload checkpoint anyway. So I always do it proactively here.
I'll give a countdown for this. 3, 2, 1, action!
Yeah. So right here, we have to be very... Yeah. Now we have time for a quick nap.
Let us begin.
The architecture. Impressive.
This is the waiting mission.
A lot of money not going to the rest of Yara.
I mean, to be honest, it's a decent mission. It tells you some, it kind of shows you a bunch of things and tells you a little bit about the history and shows you how, Maria is running the propaganda machine. But for a speedrun, this is a waste of time. So, we're just gonna chill here. This is a great time to go to the bathroom, go to sleep, think about your life.
Do your taxes.
Yeah.
I usually just talk to that fake scientist over there and accuse her of being an actor.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good... we can talk to the NPCs in here.
You really a scientist?
Let's go and do that.
Of course, I'm developing new methods of delivery for Viviro.
What did you mean fake scientist?
Patches and chewables for children. I love my work. I'm helping heal the world.
You look like an actor on Lágrimas Lejanas.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You sure you're a scientist?
Are you sure you're a reporter?
But if you are really a scientist...
I am, okay? Leave me alone or I will call a guard.
Okay, we can't talk to her anymore. We can harass the guards as well.
Stay with the group, por favor. Something wrong, señora? Minister Marquesa is over that way. Minister Marquesa is over that way.
They don't really have anything interesting to say, though.
The tour is that way. Can I help you? Please, stay with the tour.
Dr. Reyes found that
But it's something to do while we do nothing. Yeah, intense gameplay, right? Have you fastened your seatbelts, Defensio?
President Anton commissioned Yara's best minds to work with Dr.
Dynamo, we have to push this button, so prepare for that, everyone.
It's just gonna send me over the top.
Yeah.
Can't wait till you do
This
it.
is gonna start Act 3 of the speedrun, this button click right here.
If you look, this tobacco has large red leaves. This is from the fertilizer. Beautiful, no? Puro, orgánico y exótico. No? Would anyone like to spray the plant?
Here we go.
Press this button. So much fun.
So I don't know when exactly to press it, so I just spam it for a little bit here.
Excellent, a volunteer.
There you go. And now we wait for another 2.5 minutes roughly. Maybe more.
Using McKay to sidestep embargoes was considered quite controversial.
Those critics only want to profit from cancer, from death. They see us as a threat, so they try to ruin us.
This is truly the meaning of hurry up and wait.
Oh yeah.
Okay, closer.
Guess we have time for a history lesson.
I want you to hear me.
The first speedruns of this game were done. You were speedrunning the game like when the game came out. You did a playthrough like on day 1, pretty much. You played through the entire game, and then on 3 days after release, you submitted an alternate ending speedrun. 1 hour and 8 minutes, I remember. And on the same day, Rambub did a full story action mode speedrun that took 8 hours and 28 minutes.
That's the tour. Our
A one and done.
are now available for you to enjoy.
Yeah, haven't seen him since. Understandably, probably didn't enjoy his 8 hours and 28 minutes. But who knows? But he was the first.
Yeah, he was doing like a reload speed boost thing.
Yeah.
Which was like the roots of like starting to figure out how to go faster.
Yeah, true.
But
it's
it
actually
wasn't
still
that
a valid
great.
strategy.
Before you get the clothes, right?
Yeah. Even with them, it's a little bit faster if you do it perfectly, but it's kind of tricky. Basically, the way that works is Rambub used a trick with the munitions boots, and they actually give you a 40% speed boost while you're reloading. The parkour kicks only give you 15% speed. But the catch is that the parkour, you also have the parkour straps, which is the wrist gear, and they give you a 17% speed boost when you have your weapons holstered. So, the wrist gear and the boots of the parkour kit give 32% speed boost, but the munitions boots alone give a 40% speed boost, so they are a bit faster if you reload constantly. The problem is you sometimes also have to shoot people and do stuff that doesn't allow you to reload all the time, so...
Pioneer behind the Viviro. Dr. Reyes, thank you so much for making an appearance.
It's a valid strategy, but it's much more difficult to manage for
This is a preview of
speedrun.
other Viviro products we are developing. Chewables,
Yeah, we just use the parkour because it's much more consistent.
It is
Speed boost. Easier to use as well. You know, you don't really have to think about it.
Speak away. If you have questions, please.
Oh yeah, the trick is actually easier nowadays because instead of having to shoot a bullet and then reload to get the speed boost, you can just switch between ammo to get the speed boost. Alright, waiting is officially done, so now we get to continue the game. Now I just need to run over here and kill this guy. He has a key card to open the door in here, and there we go. That is words like bullets. Ta-da. And now Maria Macasa is dead. Rest in pieces. Yeah, vaginal suppositories. Best kind of suppositories. Alrighty, I actually golded that by 2 seconds. Let's go. Right, so can I fast travel? Yes, I can. Wow.
It's because you talked to the scientist.
I never thought about that. I should do that more often.
Well, now that you know that, I have no chance of reclaiming my record.
Lara. I made contact with the Montero.
This is New Game Plus, though.
Oh, okay.
Carlos wants nothing to do with me, but I get along with his daughter. I think she's my way in.
Yeah, I don't know if the other one is easier to beat, to be honest. I think honestly my New Game Plus run is worse than my regular full story run. Even though obviously it's like 6 minutes faster, but I think I made more mistakes in the New Game Plus run.
Wasn't a plan. Fuck, I don't think there ever was a plan.
Look, you and Talia are at the top of Anton's shit list. Watch your back.
Yeah, now we're going to do blood ties over here. We're just have to go to this water tower here to meet with Espada. It's gonna switch. Get right there. Here we go. This is one of the cooler parts about the newer Far Cry games. Like, I started Blood Ties, I don't know, 15 missions ago, but I could just go to the mission start area out of the blue, and then the mission starts now, or proceeds at least. Now I can leave and do something else and come back like at a later stage, and there's so much flexibility that wasn't really there in the older games. You start a mission, you finish the mission, in most cases.
Paolo's in Miami by now.
There's a little bit of that in New Dawn, where you can do 2/3 of a mission, and then
Okay, okay. Just take
start
it
another
back.
mission,
I'm on my way.
which drives through that area,
Yeah.
and then get off the bike, and finish another mission while you're in a mission. But usually, if you do that in a Far Cry game, or try to, you'll just cause some serious soft locks issues.
Yeah, and some of the it's only really it works well in the newer games, yeah, like Far Cry 5 and onwards. They really like Far Cry 5. They really took a step up in many ways. Most of all the gunplay that's like been carried through to Far Cry New Dawn and 6 as well. The gunplay is really good in these games, I think.
Hola.
But the thing that makes the game good is also the thing that turns it into a farming simulator, with the resistance points in 5. But hey, we won't talk about 5 during 6.
Yeah, 5 is a completely different beast. There's a reason we haven't done Far Cry 5 any percent in this marathon.
Yeah, well, 5 is nice because you can fast travel very easily to locations without needing special skills.
Yeah, here I'm doing Dead Drop, and this is actually I like to do this is the second part of Dead Drop because I accepted the mission much earlier. I'm finishing the mission here because this is like right next to where Blood Ties takes place, which was the previous mission. So it's like very efficient to just finish Blood Ties and then go over to do this one right afterwards with the helicopter. In this kind of game where there's not like that much movement tech and, you know, glitches to hard glitches to perfect, it's a lot of just gameplay. So a lot of the time save is like optimizations, being consistent, and just planning everything out, like making a good plan for everything. That's like a big part of the.
It was funny how you got blocked on that slide as you were talking about movement tech.
Yeah, true. Alright, there you go. That's Dead Drop. So once again, I'm gonna reload checkpoint here to just to avoid a radio call. Now we're going to do Second Son. We accepted that earlier with Carlos. And basically we need to go and find a prison truck to sneak into a prison to get one of his friends out. There's always a prison truck over by this baseball field over here.
Juan, we're burned. Castillo was waiting. He and his fucking general tried to kill me.
Glad you made it.
So I'm not finished with the Maximus Matanzas region yet, but I like to do Dead Drop and then Second Son, because after Dead Drop there's this super long radio call, and it just works best to do Second Son now and then Packing Heat. They're like kind of connected, those two missions. So yeah, here's the prison truck.
Fuck your 4D chess, Juan. I just got my molars ripped out.
Same thing happened to me back in the Congo. Except I did it to myself. Just chew in the front, like a rabbit.
And Juan...
You know, we just need to meet with Carlos over by a garage over here. Now here's another cheap strategy. This AA gun needs to be destroyed in a later mission called Clear Skies. But you can just... It's easy to just destroy it in the air, because you're just driving right by it, so there you go. Boom goes the dynamite. People, like, the vehicles on the road are a menace in this game. If I'm like driving and they're slightly threatened in the opposite lane, they'll swerve across the road and hit you, which is so annoying when they do that.
You're driving like a maniac, so I'm gonna swerve into you and cause an accident.
Oh no, I'm panicking. I better swerve into oncoming traffic. That's definitely the reaction that anyone would have to that situation.
Yeah,
yes, guns are in primal. Yeah, true.
I always say that, you know, devs who design the like the reactions for the NPCs on the road, they did everything perfectly. They made an amazing script, but when it got processed or compiled, it just reversed it. So it works perfectly opposite of the way it should work.
Yeah, it's true, yeah. They also messed something up, so all of the cutscenes are in 30 FPS, I'm pretty sure. Even if your game is at 60 FPS. Which is not the case in Far Cry 5, for example. That's in 60 FPS, all of the cutscenes. So. Now we're doing Second Son, where, like I mentioned, we need to help Miguel get out of prison. So... This is a stealth mission, I think. I don't know how to do it properly, to be honest. But I know how to do it in a speedrun. Here we go. So, we're just gonna sneak past everyone here, and never mind. And we're gonna get this key card here. Yeah, they haven't even seen me yet. Maybe. Alrighty, and now we're gonna go and unlock Miguel's cell. There we go. And now we're gonna reload checkpoint to despawn all the enemies, so that he can just freely run to this truck down here. That's another chief strategy. Reloading checkpoint means he can just... here we go. We need to get him to this car down here and then drive him out. Yeah, that's definitely what I wanted to do.
Optimal.
Where's Carlos?
Up ahead.
Oh. There's actually another anti-aircraft gun that's good to take out while you're doing this mission. Because it's all, again, it's right on the way to back to Carlos, so I'll just do a quick drive-by here and drop a piece of dynamite.
You know, they do a really good job of this guy giving you like a bad vibe.
Yeah.
Where's Carlos? Yeah, like,
okay.
You could tell that he's gonna cause some trouble later.
Yeah, I also really like the cutscene that when they're like in the camp and Esparta's just staring daggers into him, like she knows he can't be trusted.
Yeah. It's like he should be thankful, but he just starts off demanding to know where Carlos is.
He's a bad apple for sure. Alright. That was Second Son, and because packing heat is right next to it here, I need to take that or get that mission from Philly. I might as well do that while I'm here. After this, I'm gonna finish up with the Matanzas region. I only have a few missions left on that, like 4 or something. So now we're gonna steal this buzzer here, or grab it, I guess. We're gonna fly down to a fuel truck, which we'll need for a mission later on. I'll steal a fuel truck for Philly so we can make some napalm. I'll just exploded. I think a tank just shot something. We'll see.
You can't just jump off of a rock, the wingsuit down here?
No, it's way too long. You don't have enough.
Even if you do the dolphin motion?
Yeah, I don't think so. No, I don't think that helps with height or anything. All right, so here I like to take out a couple of enemies just to be safe. You definitely need to kill someone, because otherwise they will just blow up your truck as you head out.
What?
This guy, I think that's good.
Bouncing baby Philly. Got it.
Oh. I'm gonna swap to the repair pants loadout again, so that they won't kill my truck on the way out. I guess I killed almost everyone.
So,
That was a bit...
the more obvious route would have been to like turn around and drive on the road, but we found this nice little path through. It's an unsuspecting route.
Yeah. Yeah, past the anti-aircraft gun there. We don't need to destroy that one. It's a more direct route. That's true. the defense and everything. That's
I
an
know
outpost
I
there.
used to turn around because I didn't really think that this would ever make it through there, but
in the military would take over a weather station.
You're in the west, right? I've been wondering about that place myself. See if you can find a computer. They must be logging whatever they're up to.
Sure. I'll take a look around.
and there are a lot of snags along the way if you don't know where to go.
Yeah.
Because he's going to go off-road quite a bit.
There's a couple of poles and stuff you can get stuck on, that's true. I was just driving back to the, oh, come on.
Or things like this. You were supposed to look both ways before you...
Yeah, he might have had the right of way, that's true.
There's some really old laws, like, still on the books in some areas in the United States where it's like, if you're approaching a horse on the road, you must disassemble your vehicle and hide it in the nearest bush.
What the hell?
Yeah, it's like just some old, out-of-date laws.
Okay, to not scare the horse, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
We're Gucci. Now we're just gonna wedge our car through this little gap here or something. Oh, I missed it. Here it is. And you don't want to hit that generator because then the truck will blow up. There you go. Alrighty. That was Lost and Found. No, that was Packing Heat. Now we're gonna go and do Lost and Found. So again, there's only like 56 missions, so forgive me for mixing them up once in a while. Lost and Found is here. I'm in combat, of course, yes. I'm only in the middle of my friendly camp. Can't fast travel because I'm in combat. Alright, let's try that again. There we go. So we're gonna airdrop to this marker.
An abandoned mine. Didn't really.
Let's switch loadouts again. We want the fast loadouts for these next couple of missions. It's a gorgeous game, honestly. The nature, Far Cry has always made some beautiful maps, in my opinion. The city is kind of meh, but like the rural countryside is great.
Yeah, whenever we first discovered that grapple glitch that will launch you in the air, when it happened to me, I flew through the air into the middle of a flamboyant of flamingos, a flock of flamingos. Yeah, and it was like, wow, that really sucked because I died, but that was pretty beautiful.
So here, we're just going into this airport because Bembe is in here and he knows where Paolo is. Oh, he's scared though. But, oh. Can I? Do we need to sit down, dude? Really? Alright, just do your thing. Oh, there you go. That works. And once again, gotta pop a bullet into their face to make them stop talking. So now we're gonna reload checkpoint so we can airdrop out of here to the next location. Go. Oh, there's 3 markers, but it's always in the middle of it's always the middle resort that Paolo is in. So. And luckily, it's always pointing you the right way.
So what's happening during this cutscene? This is where you get the you get drugged, right? And then don't they implant something inside of you?
Yes. So Paolo is trapped in here, and then I'm getting drugged by El Doctor, and he's putting like a PG-240 thing inside of me that's like gonna expel PG-240. I guess it's a vaginal repository or something, but for PG-240. So every time he calls me, he like pumps more poison into me. So right now I'm gonna try to get to this car to drive to Matthias's.
So I wonder if there's like a vibrate mode for when he calls you. If the thing vibrates.
It vibrates pretty roughly, yeah. I think he's like operated it into me, so yeah.
Suppository / vibrator.
Not real.
I don't. It's pretty nuts. Like I don't remember where he put it exactly, but I remember Danny like literally cuts it out of her body in the cutscene. It's gnarly.
So I was working on a strategy for this mission before they patched it and ruined everything, but it's possible to fly away from this, and or it was possible to fly away and wingsuit to the end.
Okay.
And there's also a chance that this area to the right would have a helicopter.
Oh, okay.
But I think what I did in my run at one point was actually travel away and get a buzzer and park it near the entrance. I'll have to look at some old runs, but I know that was definitely a thing at one point.
Yeah.
And then it stopped
Yeah, because
working.
nowadays you need to bring the car all the way. I think the car is like the objective if you get out.
You took my place in Libertad. You just left my body rotting on the beach. It should have been you.
Yeah, here we're just driving to just along. We're like hallucinating Lita and what's his face? I don't even remember. We had like a friend who died in the intro cutscene. And Lita as well, who died pretty shortly after. So we're just like guilt tripping over them right now. Oh, it's Alejo, right? That's that guy. He gets shot in the intro cutscene, so that's why he's like, we're also guilty about him.
Alejo?
What the hell?
You know what Huérfano says to me? He screams pity, fuck you. I was supposed to be drowning in Yankee pussy.
You weren't supposed to die.
So he's just talking about how we were supposed to like leave to America, but I don't know. After like sitting through that thing maybe 40, 50 times, you kind of zone out and don't really pay attention to what they're talking about. Alright, so yeah. Here Talia is being operated on, so Matthias doesn't have time for us, so we're just like cutting it out of our body instead. It doesn't really matter. Now we're good to go. Next mission. What, are we in combat? Please don't. Right. Right. So next mission, intervention. We're going to. Bicho is like, like doing payback or taking revenge because Bembe has ruined. Bembe has ruined everything, he thinks. So he's gonna go and kidnap Bembe. We're gonna try and stop him from doing that. Bembe is dangerous and he might kill Bicho back. Or something.
Bicho?
So here we have to go to Bicho's house to read a couple of notes, which tells us where to go next.
I should check that warehouse.
So?
Sob who lives like this. If I find
Waiting for
Bembe,
the checkpoint icon to appear on the top right.
Be alive, mi socio.
Go, now we can reload checkpoint. There's a radio call that plays here, that's pretty long. But if we reload checkpoint, we skip it and we're allowed to airdrop to the next spot. So. Now we need to go and explore 2 locations to find evidence for where Bicho might have gone. So the first up is this processing facility down here, this blue building. There's a scientist in there who can tell us where something. I just follow the laboratory markers for most of the speedrun. The Far Cry games are very generous with holding your hand. It's not often you have to think for yourself in these games. So it's always nice when there's like a little puzzle or
Easy.
something.
Just tell me.
There you
A
go.
crazy. Paolo.
Once again, reload the checkpoint to skip the radio call. We'll airdrop to the next location. This is a pretty boring mission, to be honest. It's kind of airdropping everywhere, but almost done. Now we need to go to this rodeo over here, where, yeah, like the objective says, Beecher went to the rodeo to crash Bembe's weapon deal. So, this is kind of like a detective mission, so we're like finding clues to figure out where Beecher might have gone.
Bicho set the wolves loose on every. Bembe got spooked and.
I think I'll just let this radio call play, because I don't think it's pretty long.
Not yet, but I'm close. I'm pretty sure I know where Bembe's house is.
Good luck, Danny.
Probably wouldn't have made sense to reload checkpoint for that one. I don't know. Then I would just airdrop into Bembe's house, because that's where Bicho is.
Heard about this. Looks like Bembe hides out in an old slave shack on the plantation.
Bicho, what the?
Right, and exposition and mission completed. Great. Alright, now another radio call is gonna start now. It's a common, recurring theme. There's constant radio calls. Constantly reloading checkpoints to skip them. Here we go. Now, oh, come on. Huh?
Danny, we need to
Oh, right. This radio call I can't skip.
So the way the developers determined that radio calls should be played every 30 seconds was by interviewing people that never intended to play this game and asking them if they thought it was a good idea.
On my way.
Danny, make sure you're alone. No Juan. This is just you and me.
There we go. Now I can... This one I can skip. Not all radio calls are created equal. Some of them you have to sit through to... Others you are allowed to like reset, essentially. Alright, so now we're going to do... surgical extraction. Where we need to go and find a trauma kit for Talia. And then we need to go and kill some guy.
Nanny, how is my patient?
Alive, gracias. And I have another cool scar to show my friends.
You joke, Danny.
So,
But it's the scars in your
yeah, so there's trauma kits in a couple of checkpoints around this area, so we're just gonna go down here and grab it.
I'm sure Castillo has some to spare.
You and I think alike. Hit these three.
If you're fast, you can actually get into the checkpoint before the trauma kit is even spawned. There we go. And once again, reloading checkpoints to get everyone not aggroed, so they can fast travel away. There you go. And now I will fast travel to, I'll airdrop to Matthias up here. This section of the speedrun is very check or load screen heavy, you could say. But it's the only way to skip this dialogue. So that was, by the way, that was found by a Wonderalmond. I don't know if I mentioned that, but he was the one who found that you could fast travel. Like you could like reset it as a radio call by reloading checkpoint, and then you could fast travel. There we go. Now a cutscene and part of the mission. We're gonna airdrop to this villa up here, which has some VIP important guy that we need to kill. Sergio Esteves. I don't remember what significance he has to the plot, but I know he helps the Viviro doctor, the guy who poisoned us earlier, with stuff. So, point and shoot.
Nice house.
There we go. So, I like to go through the roof here, because I can kill this guy up here, and then I'm right here. You just interact with the voicemail and the PC. Now I need to go down to this beach, or this this pier down here, because that's where his car is hiding. Gonna try to escape, but we have a pretty neat strategy of stopping his car in its tracks.
Yeah, typically you have to chase him down along the beach, and there's mines and things you have to avoid, or try to get him to hit the mines. But yeah, we've got some OP strats.
Oh yeah, I don't even know how to do this in the intended way, honestly. But yeah, you can just EMP him right as he spawns, and then I'd like to just blow out his tires.
He gets mad.
If I may. Yeah. Stop following me! There we go. That's the mission.
And you just teleport to where the mission would have ended.
Yeah. This is where it should have ended, yeah.
Yeah, he usually hits those things, those mines.
Oh, okay. So now there's another radio call that we have to wait for. Stitching the body.
Hide the evidence.
Yeah. Get it out of the Atlantic Ocean real quick.
You and I are going to kill him, Danny. And we'll also hit Castillo where it hurts most. His fucking wallet.
Look at that, Paolo. You made me smile. See you soon.
Beautiful. Alright, Angel of Death. Final mission in By the Auto. So, I'm gonna go over here and grab a buzzer, because that's very useful for this mission. This is another mission where Chief used to use the grapple trick. Oh, whoops. Because you have to get up to a roof pretty high up in this mission.
Got to find another place to take off.
Attention, whoever you are.
But the grapple trick was very useful for getting a lot of heights. So then wingsuit there, but
God damn it.
yeah, I found another way up with the buzzer. Or, I guess, we're both flying, I'm just using a vehicle. Just have to go up here and start the mission with Paolo. Sorry, yes, Paolo. There's so many characters in this game, I sometimes get them mixed up a little bit, but this is Paolo.
I think they're monitoring the airspace. Better stay grounded here.
Now you just fly over here. You're supposed to like go through a different building and climb up and everything. But if you have a helicopter, you can just fly up there. So there you go. So now we need to find El Doctor. He's hiding in here somewhere. Oops. We just have to go through some airlocks and explore this facility where they experiment on people, I think.
Well, if we consider them people, then we have, you know, feelings associated, so we don't consider them people.
Oh, understandable.
They're slaves.
Oh, yeah. Outcasts.
They're basically a clump of cells.
Yes. Subhumans. Then it's much easier to experiment on them. And you don't consider them equal human beings. This guy's a madman. So... so it's nice screaming and vomiting at the same time. That's the best kind of vomiting. And there he is. Coughing and vomiting, and she can do all of it at the same time. She's a multi-talent. Alrighty. So now we just have a big fight out here.
What are we going to do about those people?
You just did the best thing you could do for them.
So now we just need to clear out all the enemies here, and that's quite a few of them. Now, if you still need some progress for Clear the Air, which is the Carlos's mission, you can destroy some PT-240 barrels here. But the way I've planned it out, I'm never like I always complete it pretty early on. I need to destroy this cannon so you can land.
Here comes the
Thank you. The Premo's really good at taking out these big helicopters. They yeah, they take a couple of hits, but we got them. I assume did it not blow up, really? I think the helicopter just landed.
It would have been too much fun if it blew up.
Oh no, it is. Yeah, it is burning. What the hell? Okay, there we go. That was interesting. Right, special forces are coming in now, or special needs forces maybe.
Anton's best. I'll take that as a compliment.
Is that like Special Olympics?
Yeah. These are the Paralympics troops.
Special needs, special forces.
Exactly, yeah. There you go. Got all of them. I think. Oh, I need to revive Paolo. Okay, fair enough. He's chilling. There you go.
You never listen to Pedro.
He seems to not be having a good day. Yeah, no, she's that wasn't a fun time inside of that laboratory just then. Yeah, these 4
If you're
hours
puking
are...
during the day, then you're probably not having a good day. But if you're puking at night, you're probably having a great night.
That's a good point. All right. Next up. Oh yeah, I forgot to start this mission. It's fine though. It's fine.
Oye, Danny.
So, now we're done with Via de Oro. Now we've got Madrugada left. That's the last region. We've got about 10 missions left to go.
How are we gonna build them out, Papa?
I would guess about 40 minutes remaining. Yes, let's go. Now we're gonna do sundown, so we need to airdrop to this. We need to get to the top of this, church, and the easiest way is to just airdrop to the tower.
I'm near the church.
So.
Oye, it's Miguel.
Miguel, where's Carlos?
He's busy. Can you get to the bell tower?
I think so.
Good. I left the rifle up there for you. Stay low. Don't let the soldiers see you.
So we're supposed to be providing cover fire here with a gun, but the gun blows up and Carlos dies, and Espada's brother is hurt, and lots of exposition that we just skipped, but it's fine. So we can actually wedge Alejo through this bell like this. You're supposed to like walk around with him, but you can just wedge him through like that instead. So this tank can be a pain in the ass, so I'm just gonna keep him neutralized with these EMP grenades, in theory. Thank you. Alright, we got it. If he shoots you and set you on fire, you like drop Alejo, which is pretty annoying. Or Alejandro. Alejo is your friend who died earlier. This is Alejandro. Alright. Beautiful. So here we have to protect this truck as we drive to safety. While he's just hanging out there. There's a bunch of enemies. We can stand on Espada's head to see in front of us. That's very handy. So right now I'm using explosive bullets to blow up these trucks.
lost him.
Papa!
Inga.
Alrighty.
So,
yeah.
if you're not playing New Game Plus, do you use the EMP arrows here?
No, I use the hi-fi.
Oh, okay.
The one we get at Beach's house. That has the same effect as this. This one.
And you
just
can
has
blow up
54
these
bullets.
yellow barrels too, couldn't you?
Yes, but at this point
You just
I
don't
am.
need
No, I've already completed Clear the Skies.
Oh.
At this point, because I need to complete Clear the Skies to get Second Son, and this one comes after Packing Heat and Second Son. So the yellow barrels are no longer relevant. Although these big ones are the same as the ones that we used to destroy in Surgical Strike in Eleste, so you might be able to destroy these to complete the Eleste mission. It will be weird, but I wouldn't be surprised if that was like a... Except these ones behave differently. These ones blow up in like one shot. The ones in Eleste don't do that, so they might not be the same things. Alright, so here is a something that really shouldn't be necessary, but I have a trick to make Philly not hit this pole down here, because he always does. He always drives off-road and hits the... See, he always tries to swerve left, but I like to step onto the hood of the car to, what the hell?
You make it stop.
To make him brake so that he can control the truck going down the hill and then turn away from it. Because otherwise he'll run into the pole and get stuck.
I never had that happen.
No, it happens every time for me. And one time I've even had this that he got so stuck that he couldn't back out, and the truck just blew up like after 30 seconds. And then I had to start all the way back from the start. That costs like 3 minutes if you fail there.
If he hits the pole, then it increases the time that you have playing the game, which, increases overall time spent playing the game for all the players. So it's not a bug, it's a feature.
That's true. It adds replayability when the truck blows up for no reason. Then you get to replay the mission again. That's what replayability means.
Oh yeah.
Binga. What do you mean a bad month? We'll be done in about. We're toppling this regime in about 4 hours.
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah. Anton's gonna have a bad a couple of 4 minutes once we lay siege to his house. All right, there we go. Sundown completed. Alejo's gonna give us the next mission called Bury the Hatchet. Go.
Gracias.
Now, before I go and do that, I'm actually going to get the circuit board on this oil platform. We need this circuit board at some point in the run. And I like to get it here because I have a radio call that always plays here, which I can't really get I would have to wait for otherwise. So I like to do it here to get the circuit board, and then it'll fast travel.
He's on his way out.
There's something that you can sell to get circuit boards too. Would that work? You think?
I don't think so, because I think those are crafting materials.
Okay.
I think this is like an item, while the other thing is a crafting material, which you need for like level 4 mods and throwables. Like the C4, I think, or sticky grenade. No, the C4 requires circuit boards, I think, but those are crafting materials. I'm not sure though. You might be onto something. Worth the test, because you can actually buy the circuit board in at Juan's shop at Libertad headquarters. You can buy a bunch of high-level crafting resources for uranium, so maybe you can buy a circuit board there. Who knows? Oh yeah, what am I doing here? Hello. Just fast travel to the town. There you go. Damn, you might be able to buy it. We'll see. Well, I'll have to test it.
This place will never be the same. Lo siento, Carlos.
No.
There's something that just feels wrong about this, though. Shooting the father.
Well, he's not dead. He's just, you know, having a hard time. I didn't kill him. I only incapacitated him.
I mean, if he dies, then at least you're, you know, sending him home to Jesus, where he wants to be.
Lots of new faces around the camp these days.
Practice what you preach.
It's okay.
Or something.
Forgiveness isn't meant to be.
Alrighty, so we grab the knife there. This is this mission is all about getting Carlos's knife because Alejandro wants to bury Carlos with the knife or something.
Not yet.
So
definitely
we just found
worth
the knife.
risking your life for.
Oh yeah, sure. We thought it was in the town, but then the priest told us, father told us that it's those soldiers took it and where they hang out. So yeah. So we nabbed it right back, and then we just escaped, reloaded checkpoint. Now we can airdrop home to deliver the machete.
It's
now,
not killing; it's forcing the father to take a break.
Yeah, we're just asking him to be silent with a bullet. So for some reason, you're not allowed to fast travel directly to the Montero's farm here. You have to airdrop or you have to go there from somewhere else to deliver the machete. This is like the one mission that behaves like this, pretty much. But oh well.
Defendiendo a su gente con...
I would normally fast travel here, but I think in real time it's a bit faster to airdrop like or wingshoot like this. Whoa. Okay. When you're in a camp, you don't take fall damage. You can just like smash into something from high up, and you're fine. There you go. Alrighty. Next up, open skies. So this mission involves taking out a couple of anti-aircraft cannons. But we already done that earlier on, so we only need to go to this bunker here and hack a computer. This game loves hacking missions. I'm not sure what we're even hacking it for, but I guess why not? So we're just gonna land here. Sprint right in. Oh. This guy's a high level apparently. They take 2 bullets to the face. Perfectly reasonable. That's how this game like handles scaling. Even though you're doing headshots, they take like. They die and some of the high level enemies take 2 shots to the face, even though it's like armor piercing rifle bullets. I'll do a takedown on this guy. Uh-oh. Or girl. Equal equal rights, equal lefts. There you go. So we're just waiting on this computer to hack itself at the moment. And as soon as it's finished, we can actually be pretty far away from the computer, which I will be because I need to like escape the area at the end. So I'll just like run out here and be ready to leave the area as soon as possible. So I found that if you, this is like about the threshold, you can sit right here pretty much. And then as soon as it finishes, we'll like run that way. Hopefully we'll be allowed to fast travel. Hopefully there won't be any enemies nearby that'll get in the way.
Yes.
There we go.
Time to go.
Now we just need to escape, and then Alejandro will call us. Hopefully. Sometimes he doesn't right away. Okay, here we go. I think. But I need to escape the God, what is this? Alright, we're gonna reload checkpoint. This sometimes happens, I'm not sure why. It just won't call you. But if you reload checkpoint, it should fix it here. Yeah, here we go. That will call me.
Hey, I took out the radar.
My family is lucky to have you around, Danny. When you stab Jose in the heart, give it an extra twist from me.
There we go. Alrighty. Now I'm gonna go and do Against the Wall over here. That's a pretty short mission. We just need to go and talk to Clara and do a bit of she'll do a bit of foreshadowing, and then we can proceed.
Full circle, eh, Clara?
I think in this cutscene she talks about how she might not survive the revolution, or she needs to be a martyr or something. I don't know. But yeah, that's the that's pretty quick. There we go. That's the mission. Now we're gonna go and do Diesel Daisy, which is the next mission. That's basically a machine that Philly has created that can create napalm. It is right here. He's gonna call us now and give us the mission.
Hiro, meet me at Susurro Caves.
You're in a cave? You piss off the camp or something?
No.
We're just gonna parachute through this little hole here.
Got an emergency, medical. Sort of. Mechanical emergency.
Beautiful. Oh, I fell down. Dang it. Rip run. I need to jump all the way up here. Talk to Philly.
Join me up top, Hiro. Today's the day. Help turn.
Again, we're going to kill him, revive him, and because we need him alive actually for this, so we do have to revive him. Well, you don't have to. He can revive himself, but it's faster to do it if I do it. Go. And last button, and voila! Now Diesel Daisy is doing something. Gonna make napalm. So now Philly just told, if we hadn't collected the croc head and the circuit board earlier, we would have to go and get those now, but we already have them, so we're just gonna put them on this table here, and yeah. Now we can proceed with the mission. He needs those, he needs the croc head because it helps him focus or something, I don't know. And the circuit board, I assume he needs to fix the Diesel Daisy. So here we just have to protect Diesel Daisy for like 4 minutes while she crafts napalm, and Billy keeps her running. So pretty straightforward mission. Just wait for like, I think it takes about 3 or 4 minutes to finish this. The enemies spawn in waves in predictable areas, so now there's going to be a couple of guys over here. Well, that's a collateral, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, this is another situation where the outlines really help.
True, yes. Especially in the night.
Come on, vamos.
So we actually have a pretty cool trick at the end of this to fast travel early away from the mission before the mission is really over. So we can a lot of the speed run is about doing stuff during radio calls. And there's lots of different ways to skip them, as you've seen so far, like quit to menu in some cases, reload checkpoint in most cases. Here we can there's a very narrow time window where we're able to fast travel away from the mission area before a really long radio call starts, and we have to listen to the entirety of it. But I have like a visual cue that I go by, which is very consistent. So you'll see in a moment once Philly is done cooking. So one of the differences with the Guerrilla difficulty, which is the hardest one, and the other difficulties is that on Guerrilla difficulty you can't see the enemies on the map. Like there's not like a red circle like there is here. Oh, I have Guapo with me somehow. That's interesting. I didn't like select him. I don't know when he.
I was wondering how you had him.
Yeah, like normally after you leave the tutorial island, you have to like select him again for him to be here. But interesting. I mean, I guess go do something.
Pretty pointless. I think he has trouble getting down the ladder.
I think there's some ledges you can climb down. He's down.
Oh, there he goes.
Yeah, we don't actually need to do any fighting, really. Well, we do need to protect Deez and Daisy, but we don't like need to kill these guys. He's gonna get destroyed. Well, he did his best. Luckily, he has an ability to like revive himself. I'm still not gonna do it. All right, so now it's about finish now. It's at 99%. So in a moment we're gonna throw a Molotov to blow up Diesel Daisy because we can't leave any evidence behind, and or we don't want to leave the machine behind. And then at a very specific timing, when the mission completed screen in the top left disappears, I'm gonna fast travel away.
You really croc blocked those enemies.
There we go. Nice one. There we go. So now we're wingsuiting to the next mission called Death Warrant.
Philly, it's done. Daisy's...
No, stop. I want to remember my Daisy the way she was.
Yeah, they got crocked up. They,
okay.
Here's another cool trick. Here it is. So you normally need to go through like the ground floor entrance to get to this this apartment building here.
Freaking genius strat, man.
Oh yeah, that's another cheap Supremo strategy. Just use this flagpole. You could call it a flagpole glitch.
Yeah. It was pixel perfect.
Okay, that's
Yeah, something like that.
Peña could be at her favorite spa.
Gotta wait for the... There you go, checkpoint icon. Now we can reload checkpoint to airdrop to... This is another press button, airdrop, press button, airdrop. Actually, we need to kill these guys. We don't need to press buttons, to be fair. Now we're gonna go and kill a couple of commanders to avenge Carlos. I think this is Lieutenant Peña, and then Lieutenant Jimenez is at his ranch. He has a cowboy hat on. So, this is just an assassination mission, essentially. Oh. Now there's like 8 radio calls queued up right now, so I'm constantly reloading checkpoints to get through this. Because as soon as Philly's done talking, then Espada has like 4 things to say, so luckily there's a... yeah, it doesn't really matter for the missions here, that we don't like have to wait for the radio calls in this case.
Que vuelta, Philly.
Ready to touch the face of God? Hope you got the cojones I need. That came out
So,
wrong. Grab me a military plane, okay?
last guy is here.
Pitching machine too. Like the ones at baseball diamonds.
To go.
Anything else on your grocery list, Philly?
And last guy. So now we just need to go get away from here. Now this next mission is quite a bit different in New Game Plus compared to the regular speedrun, because in the regular speedrun you'd have to go and find a bomber or a fighting airplane, military airplane. For this last, second to last, yes, last mission it is.
Espada.
You have to go and find the airplane and then bring it back to Philly's hangar. But we already have the airplane because this is New Game Plus.
All of them.
So I can just spawn it at the Montero space, which is much closer to Philly's hangar.
It's more than that. It's how we scare Jose out of hiding. It's how we show that little shit who he's dealing with.
That's right. That's fucking right. Gracias, Danny.
So normally we would have to grab it from the airbase, like all the way down by the plantation. But
yeah, it's way
we get it
faster
here instead. Oh yeah, it is, yeah.
Is there a way to buy this in the normal run?
Not. You can get it from Biplane Blitz, which is one of the Grand Premios, but it's kind of a ways away. I don't know if it's like... Wait. Oh, I'm an idiot. I forgot I forgot the first part of this mission. I need to go and get a pitching machine. That's why the hangar door isn't open yet. So it's not. It would be faster if I did this in the right order. But I didn't. So let's go. We're gonna go over here to this town. Lasagna. Need to get the pitching machine, and then we need to do the plane thing. Oops. So yeah, in the normal run, you can go and do Biplane Blitz. If you start that Grand Premio and then back up with the plane, to like back it up onto the pickup point, then you'll actually have the plane for flyball. But it that takes quite a bit of time. I don't think it's worth it for the. I don't think it saves time for the regular run, sadly.
Good to see you, Danny.
Que vuelta, Philly.
Alrighty. Let's do this again. We'll just pretend this is the first time I'm doing it.
Anything else on your grocery list, Philly? Can I grab you some cervezas, maybe?
Oh, this is an interesting strat.
Yeah, so basically, because this is New Game Plus, I already have the airplane. Normally I would have to go over there to get it.
I'm just now learning this for the first time.
Yeah, super useful. I think I actually like came across it in my 100% preparations. I realized this could be a cool strategy for New Game Plus. There you go. Now just park the plane gently in the hangar, like so. Nice. That's the mission, flyball. Now we have Justicia Montero coming up. Once again, we're gonna have to reload checkpoints so we can fast travel to Montero Farm. To start, this is the final mission in Madrugadas, in the Madrugada region. the Monteros.
Oye, Danny.
You better have rum.
So what's our next move?
So this mission is a two-parter. First, we have to destroy, burn a bunch of tobacco fields in the tobacco plantation, and then we have to go and take the airport and kill Jose Castillo. So you're supposed to use this plane here that that Philly has created for us, with that drops napalm bombs and everything. But it's actually faster to just fast travel to this hideout up here and grab the buzzer and fly around shooting the fire bullets. We're gonna do that. Gonna ditch the plane.
You! See, you!
Sorry, pal. You have to stay here.
Danny, we've picked up some intelligence on Jose. I think he's starting to
Just gonna equip the fire bullets real
Things are
quick.
going to get crazier?
You can see in the bottom right which type of bullet I have. It's this little flame icon.
I'm heading back to the Monteros farm now. See what I can do.
There's always something to do on a farm, Danny.
Nice try, Clara. But you're a city kid like me.
So, first of all, we have to destroy these 5 fields down here. You can shoot them from pretty far away. So, some of them light up easier than others for some reason, but it should be fine. Then the last one is over here. There you go. This mission is pretty inconsistent for some reason. Sometimes the fields burn easier than other times. I don't know why. But this one, well, they burned almost instantly. Guapo is having the time of his life down on the ground. I'm not sure why he's in the game. Normally you have to like pick an amigo, or at least select them to like spawn them, I guess.
Yeah, almost done now.
Okay. Last field is over here.
Oh hell yes!
Beautiful.
That takes care of the Viviro.
Alrighty, that's it. Now we reload checkpoint once again to be able to airdrop to the next area.
What do you call a white crocodile?
I don't know.
Caucasian.
Oh.
Dad joke.
Thank you.
You're welcome for that.
Now it's time to truck up or shut up and go down and kill Jose Castillo once and for all.
Espada, you okay?
See, now get your ass over here.
So apparently we've spotted him in this control tower down here. We're gonna go and kill him.
Almost there. Where's our tiny general?
One of our guerrillas said he spotted him in the control tower.
Okay, heading there now.
This part's supposed to be really hard.
Yeah. Can be. Unless you use this strategy. You can get killed in like one rocket volley from this helicopter here. But if you just use the MP arrows like so, to incapacitate him, he doesn't really do much to you. And just keep, you know, refreshing the stun, so to speak. And there we go. He's done.
So easy.
Yeah. Beautiful. That was just DCM Montero actually golded again. That mission. That went real well. Alright. So that's about 12-14 minutes left of the run, I think. We've got 2... no, that doesn't sound right. I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, about 11 minutes, I'd say, from now. We'll be done. Gotta go fast, yeah. This is a speed run. Beautiful. So yeah, here, we have 2 missions left now. We've done all of the regions, so now we're just like waiting for Juan to call us and tell us that Clara is attacking, or I don't know, is meeting with Anton. Or has been taken by Anton. Basically, Clara is gonna try to negotiate peace with Anton, so we're gonna go and help her. I haven't gotten the mission yet, but we have to go to this statue over here in a moment and accept it. And enjoy the view while we fly. Beautiful slideshow here. I still haven't finished this, and now it's gotta spoil the ending. Dang. Yeah, that's an issue. Yeah, I see that. We can change the language to Korean if that would help. I don't think. Actually, I don't know if we can do that mid run. Well, can't you just forget about it? Okay, that's good to hear. You can spoil something for me another day. And we're even Steven.
What the hell is going on, Juan?
It's Clara. Conjure, just get there. This is
So we're supposed to meet Juan here.
Fuck.
Right, so this is the second to last mission. So here this is called the Lion's Den. So we're infiltrating Castillo's island, private island, which is where he and Clara is meeting at the moment. So now we don't we have a uniform on to be able to sneak into the onto the island to not get detected. Which means we are back to sliding like this. We don't have the parkour kit at the moment.
She'll be fine. She's going to be fine.
I think you also don't have your wingsuit, which you could easily find out if you jump off a cliff and it tells you while you're midair, and I guess it does warn you that you don't have it.
Yeah, it told me at the top there that I don't have it, but I could also just jump off a cliff and find out.
Yeah, sometimes I don't read everything.
Actual advice?
Oh yeah, it's fine. I was just kidding. Yeah, but you're right. You don't have the parachute or wingsuit at the moment.
It's funny. Like, there's many times where I was like, "Oh, I'll just come up with this new strat, where I just wingsuit." I'm like, "Oops, I forgot," and then dead, splat.
Oh yeah, that's the best. Like in the middle of a run.
So Binslev found this vine right here that I guess should have been obvious, but I just never found it. And it's a lot faster.
What did you do before? Do you like walk through the
ran through, took the stairs,
and all the way around? Yeah, this is definitely the fastest way up there. We can also go inside and go through like some staircases and stuff. All right, so now there's a long dramatic cutscene where Clara gets killed, and we need to kill everyone here.
Shit, right.
Alright, so now we just need to kill all these enemies. I found a really good place to farm enemies over here. You need to kill like a certain amount of enemies, and you can kind of like spawn kill them over here. I'll show you. It would work? No, it doesn't work. Okay. So oh yeah, this also works. This is another spawn kill location.
Sweet.
Yeah, there's a couple of them. There's also one right by that.
I never saw it working.
I normally do it here, but that also works over there. Did I kill everyone? I think so. Yeah. Right. Are we done, Juan? Yeah. Right. You'll get out your neuralizer. Good to hear, Matt. Be sure to wait until after the marathon so that you don't forget how to be a restreamer. Right, so now we took over Castillo's private island, so we're gonna stage an invasion, naval landing of Esperanza. He's dying. I don't know. All of these cutscenes provide a bunch of exposition as to what's going on. We're going through this in an afternoon, so what is even happening? Yeah.
Here we go, Danny.
The cutscenes explain it, obviously. So if you're curious about the story, it's a decent game, you know. Some of the characters are annoying, but most of the game is pretty good. Alright, so now I'm just gonna equip the parkour kit again.
No Spada.
Sorry?
I can do that.
He calls her no Spada.
That's
Oh, La Espada, my bad.
It'll be small but angry.
La Espada, yes.
And it'll spray knives and smell like a horse.
Does anyone like you?
Just wait for these guys to stop bickering. Or we can talk to Juan and proceed with the final mission of the
Why I
game.
followed Clara? Victory or death, my friend.
About that. Figure out who's next.
Last time I was on a boat ride like this, Clara told me I should go work in a Yankee supermarket.
Linkemeister. Doing Metroid, interesting.
She knew exactly who you
Things go boom, that's all we need to know, yeah.
That she would never live to see her vision.
Alrighty, so this is the final mission right here. So now we're gonna take Esperanza, we're gonna kill Dictator, we're gonna overthrow the Patriarchy.
We take Esperanza.
We're gonna free the slaves, free the speech, free the outcast, free the Castillos. I think that was Clara's motto in the beginning.
An island free of Castillos.
Yes, simpler. And it was simple. Took just over 4 hours. Shout out to Clara for believing in us. Alright, here we go. This is the gauntlet, basically. Mission's called the Battle of Esperanza, I think, yeah. And this is just a gauntlet of about 2.5 minutes of running. This is another mission where it helps to have the right gear. Because you are just sprinting all the way to the tower.
Nice one, Espada. Eyes open, Paolo.
So you gotta jump over this one. Isn't there a what's it called? There's some kind of booby trap. Maybe you missed it.
Yeah, that's like a tripwire I jumped over.
Yeah, tripwire, that's it, yeah.
Yeah. So here we're like, you know, we're attacking the city with all of our allies, Espada and Yelena and whatever. So where am I going? I'm going the wrong way, that's where I'm going. Ain't got time for that.
Nobody does.
And so I think there's about 1 minute left of the run at this point. Give or take. A bit more, maybe 1.5 minutes. So yeah, this has been the longest speedrun at this marathon, I'm pretty confident. I had the longest estimate. So yeah. Thanks
So
for
do you
having me.
still
This is
take
my
the
last
stairs
run.
in the back here?
Yes, I do, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if it's faster. I think it is. So yeah, here now we're running up here. We're gonna go into the elevator here. And that elevator is gonna take us to Castillo's apartment up here. So the time ends when we reach the credits, which is about 40 seconds from now, I think. So I'll call time. There's a bunch of cutscenes and stuff we have to skip here. So
should be about 5 minutes under your estimated time. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty solid.
Yeah, it went well. There's couple of hiccups, but yeah, honestly, it went well. I'm about 6 minutes behind my world record, so yeah.
It's not bad for a 4-hour run.
Sure, yeah. All right. Yeah, that's true meta. And time. There we go.
GG's.
GG's. Thanks for watching, everyone. Matt, thanks for having me on this wonderful marathon. This is my last of 3 speedruns of this marathon. It's been an honor, as well as commentating everyone. Hope you enjoyed, everyone, and stay tuned for Linkemeister in a moment.
Thank you guys for watching.
Thanks for the commentary, Chief. Have a lovely rest of your day.
No problem. You too.
See you guys.